How's it going, everybody? Thank you for being here early and right away. Already 20 of you in here. That is absolutely huge. I mean, huge. Thank you, guys. I do greatly appreciate that. And yes, I did lead off with a photo of Mark D with this C saying, I hate pandas. Because you know what? I'm not letting that go. I won't. And Mark, if you're out there, I'm not going down without a fight about this one.
As I suspected, 32 flavor.
You're obsessed with horror and assorted dark imagery. Would you ever do an album singing about like puppies and rainbows? Would that ever happen?
Yeah. No, maybe I'll do a real horror record and talk about the Obama administration.
Oh, wow. Wow.
How y'all doing, everybody? So I want to take a few minutes. This could take 5, should take 10. I'll try not to be like Chris Jericho about it and go on for 800 hours. I just want to have a really intimate conversation with all of you because this is a little bit of a long time in the making. If we're going to be fair and honest with each other, we got to be fair. We got to be transparent about this. But it feels good to have gotten to this point because, you know, I don't get to always be on here as much as I'd like to. I have a very awesome and responsible life outside of here, and that's the silver lining of this all. But when I do get to be on here, whether it's creating a video 1 to 2 times a week or being on Midnight's Edge After Dark, being on Comics Division, the once in a while guest shows, of course, hosting the ever so Toxic Tuesday, or the now Clobby's Comic Shop, which will be renamed for Friday show. In case you all didn't know, it'll be renamed Clobby's Comic Shop for Friday. It is crazy that we got to this point. Last year, I hit my first 5K view video at 5.4 or 5.5 views. That was really wild. We've had faces on here. I never thought we'd ever had on here. We had X-Ray Girl on here for Rambo. I mean, we had Razor Fist on here for Punisher Warzone. Like, we've had some pretty awesome people, and I look forward to getting even more awesome people. And I'm talking about that by quantity, by the way. You can decide if you find them more awesome than some of the people I just named. All I'm trying to get is that the journey is great and it's wonderful. And it is a bit of a risk the way I go about this with the 900 copyright claims that I have, 500 of them that I'm still fighting. Most of them I get. There's a few I don't. It's true. But also it's the way I've gone about this channel. So I've been at this channel for, if you want to get technical with it. So if you look at the way it says I created this, it says like 10, 11 years. That's not accurate. I actually started being active with this channel 4 years and a month ago. You know, I probably would absolutely concede at the idea that I probably would actually have maybe 4 or 5K subs if I single-handedly stuck to comics. Maybe I would have had 10K if I stuck to heavy music. Maybe I would have had 15, 20K had I had stuck with movies. However, I'm a stubborn asshole like that, and I just decided to do on one. And now that's no knock on the people who do separate channels. I know, obviously, some of my friends at Geeks and Gamers, they have like 900 channels, and I get it. It's proven. It works. However, as someone who's been influenced by a lot of bands like Overkill, Motorhead, Cannibal Corpse, guys like that who kind of stuck to their guns, playing by their own rules, doing things the way they want to, knowing that there's a lot more risk to it. You'll get blacklisted by default, even if you're not really controversial. You don't come up with algorithms as much. The name of the game for me is loyalty. And it has taken some time, but now in the last year, I'm starting to see some crossover between some of the various things that I talk about. I don't really ever like a Mike Mexican Iron Man. I don't really deserve to call myself a YouTuber. I'd say I'm more of a commentator. Now, there are small touches I do as far as editing goes. There is. but I'm really more of a commentator, and I had to make my voice my strength. So because I had to make my voice my strength, I don't have those skills that a lot of our great YouTubers like the Critical Drinker have. So my voice is I had to make that my strongest asset. If I want to be in the same room as him or a Maul or in a conversation, I had to bring my best foot forward with that. But I have no regrets on how I do things, and I love it this way. It gives me a unique challenge, and I want to build that stability that people are going to be there for most of the things. And if they're into one thing that I do, that's fine. But I'm someone who I prefer doing it this way with one channel. And I don't regret it because it's built this crowd that's here. And I could say at least all of you at least watch more than one thing of mine, which is cool, whether it's video or specific streams. I'm proud of that. And that's not an easy feat, especially with a very algorithm obsessed website that relies on it. For me, I kind of think a little bit more manually on things. And also I like that people show up. They know when to show up for a time for a show. Especially most of you don't get the notifications, yet here you are turning up for these shows. I love that. It lets me know we are better. You all 20 plus of you in the chat, you are all better than technology. When you're saying, oh, Nick's going on. Oh, hey, Mead's going on. Oh, Thursday Night Throwdown's going. I know when to be there. That's the beauty of this all. And that's what it should be about. We, of course, have some few super chats I'll acknowledge right away. And, of course, we got a direct donation. So we got Sumo Orange. What's up, buddy? Says for $2. You're catching my 4K subs. I might be a few years, but I appreciate it. Keep it up, buddy. Huge. Thank you, Sumo. And now for another $2, he says, "Are you Lemmy's love kid? Is that why you're badass?" You can decide that one. I don't think I am, but I'll take it. I mean, somewhere out there, Lemmy is probably my dad, and the mother, I don't know. I just don't know. But thank you, man. And we got Vulcan Lives. Woo! Coming in hot. And Vulcan says for 20 direct donation. And he says, huge. Congratulations on 2K subscribers, brothers. It's beyond well deserved. On to 5K. And you know what? We will get there. We're going to come. It's going to be diabolical. It's going to be huge. It's going to be amazing. And I can't wait. 5K is inevitable. How long it'll take to get there? I don't know. But will I get there before I die? Yeah. I plan on living a long time. I do. That's a promise. And Jason Sandberg for $2 says, congrats. Spend this before it's worth $1.80. Oh, trust me, I will. Pizza for the family soon. Maybe even as soon as tomorrow, sir. Thank you. All right. I'm done babbling for a bit. We'll just have a regular conversation. We might talk about pizza. Who knows? We might talk about Ninja Turtles. We might talk about what's going on with current movies. We might talk a little bit of comics. I don't know. There's no plan for this. I didn't want to plan. I don't care to plan. And also, shout out to Dave C in the chat. He got me the shirt. If you're a wrestling fan, you should understand this reference. So shout out to Dave C for this amazing shirt. We'll start off with bringing in one of my buddies who's been here along the way. Another guy who I guess you could say we've been kind of coming up along the roads together.
Yeah, I think you were a little bit ahead of me, and I've used you. I was hearing what you were saying there, and I used you as a template. I just do stuff, and I don't specialize. Learned that from you, Nick. Learned that from you. Just talk about the stuff you want to talk about. And you can't chase the algorithm or any of that nonsense. I'll never do any of that. So congratulations, mate. But yeah, you've been always like just that kind of bit above me and ahead of me, and I've followed your progress with interest. I'm very proud of you.
It's been a very organic growth, not to get all Gary levels of gay, but the growth has been organic, and that's the truth. It really has been, and your progress has been great too. It's that slow and steady race we have. Like once again, it's not a knock to those who have more on channel because obviously the results are proven. I'm not gonna knock on it. It's clearly works. I mean, the Geeks and Gamers 900 offshoot channels, the tabletop channel, the wine channel, the amusement park channel, obviously Jeremy's political channel. You could see that it does work, but there's I don't know, maybe I just love living on the element of danger and suspense. Maybe that's what maybe I'm attracted to it.
You like being suspended
Nowhere.
for danger.
I've been suspended by YouTube for a long time. There's some people when they tell me that they subscribe, some people tell me that it shows that it will let them get notifications. And then some people they sub and they're allowed to do
notifications are very up and down, up and down. I get them for some people, never get them for other people. I don't even get them for myself. That's how bad YouTube is. We're not going to tell you your own stream's going live.
It do be like that, man. It really do be like that. But hey, I'm glad you could be here. Let's have fun tonight.
It's my honor, mate. I mean, you've been a big chum of mine on YouTube. I've always you were one of the first people to let me even come on a stream and hang out, even though I knew nothing about what you were talking about on the comic stream.
I got the thing is when you started letting me know you're gonna make a channel, I saw the way you spoke in chats. I kind of had a feel that you definitely had something good to you, and surely enough, you did. And that's not even including the sheep. It's not including the sheep.
You bastard! We've got to enjoying the ride is what it's all about, mate. We're enjoying the ride. Did somebody say sheep? So enjoy the ride, and the thing is, I might make 2K one day. I might.
You'll
it could be 10 years from now. I might be dead, but I might just make it. You know, it might happen. 1,540 now, so that's not bad.
Oh yeah, you'll get there, man. You'll get there. It's gonna be diabolical. It's gonna be huge.
But I mean, you've talked about this too. It's not so much about the number of subs. You can't really chase the subs. It's about the people that regularly take part in and watch stuff, and they're in the chats all the time, and tons of them in the chat tonight that are in my chats too. And that's what we do it for.
Well, we're really good at crossing the streams together. What can I say?
I'm going to raise a glass to you. I don't normally drink much during the week, and in fact, I don't drink a lot of wine these days. Stop drinking. I used to drink like 1 or 2 bottles of red wine every time I'd open, but for health reasons, I stopped drinking wine a few years ago. Well, tonight for you, buddy, I'm going to risk it all.
Guys, you're seeing it live happen here. He's risking it all tonight. See, we're going big tonight. We're going diabolical.
Look at this magnificent glass.
That is a nice glass. Can I zoom in on you real quick, bud?
You can.
Oh,
this is a tall one of these tall.
Dude, that thing is huge.
Because my eyesight's so bad, I need that to be able to see it. Cheers to you, buddy. Thanks for being my friend.
Thank you, man. Hey, I'm grateful. Thank you. That is, dude, seriously, that's wild. Holy Christ.
God, I used to love red wine like nobody's business.
You know who likes wine is Lord Thoth. I know he's a
wino, that's true.
Oh, dude, he is a wine. Oh man, and I hear when he talks about wine, it's like he's speaking another language. I'm like, can you speak American? I know you're Canadian, but you're not even talking Canadian. You're talking wine. Speak
English, motherfucker. This is a Canadian wine, by the way, Jackson Triggs. It's not expensive. This is just your average, pig swill.
I just feel like I become
the
SOD album.
Nice.
I feel like I become the SOD album, Speak English or Die, when I need to tell people to stop speaking wine and speak English. Yeah, Dave C. Remember for 7 months it broke out that Jameson stuff. We're going out in class tonight. I like this.
I don't normally drink during the week, so I rarely drink even at the weekends. I'm getting old, It's not easy to keep up with that.
I'm glad I could be an influence to help.
You're a bad influence. Sounds like a Thin Lizzy record to me. But.
Well, hey, remember, whatever memories we don't have, we are giving to others tonight. That's what matters. And speaking of memories, a man who knows how to give off quite a great memories, really beautifully done movie reviews that really are almost like it's like if the Critical Drinker was a fish. you tell me, what are you, Price of Reason? What animal are you?
I guess like a mon calamari or something. I don't know.
How are
So
you,
it's a bit of
sir?
a Squid Game then, really.
I'm, I'm doing good. I'm really happy for you, man. This is so good. And I love the consistency. You know, every week you do that Toxics Tuesdays.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's great. Like, I've seen you do this already for a while. And you were saying about the 2000. I have a feeling, and I could be wrong. I've seen it with other friends of mine, that I think like a channel like yours, it may be 2000 now, but it's exactly the type of channel that at some point will hit, you know, a wave that will really accelerate it. It wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
surprise me if I suddenly saw you with 10,000. And
Eh?
I hope you will have it and we can celebrate together, because I
Oh,
really like your streams.
thank
I
you.
like what you do, and also just getting to know you the past year. You know, you're an okay guy, you know.
You're an
Yeah,
okay
all
guy
right.
yourself, man. I
All
love
right.
I love hanging out with you, man. I seriously, like, if we got the three of us. I see this guy all the time on Toxic Tuesday and Mead. I get to hang out with Price Tuesday and Thursday nights on Mead. It's a freaking gift that keeps on giving, and it's one that I don't want to, like, let go. We have a really good thing going on Mead. We have fun together. We take our shots at Zack Snyder. We just have a jolly old time, and it also helps you if we're having like a bit of a downer day, one of us, and all of a sudden we decided, hey, you know what? Let's have some fun, taking some swipes at stuff and vent out some frustration at what's going on in current culture. But it's also nice to be able to have stuff where we can go on highlighting what's good as well, because I do believe in the art of balance. That's a big thing for me. I'm all about the balance. Balance for me is a very key thing. And to me, it keeps me sane. If I only talked about the bad, my brain would probably explode, like straight up. It would straight up, like, I would look like one of those. My head would blow up like a Canon film head explosion. I'm not exaggerating, too. It would. So maybe
I
that
bet
could
in
be a mental
Scanners, the
thing.
movie Scanners, Michael Ironside's head exploding. That's
I'm getting corrected by RJ. He's like, okay. He's like, I feel like a dad watch. Okay, I'll get it right. I'll get it right. I'll get it right. And then Debo's been a member for 9 months. Says, what will you do for your 5K? So will you go all Culture Casino, go topless, and do? I am not doing that shit. I'll leave that to Culture Casino. Love the man, a good friend, someone who I've hung out with him and his wife in person. For me, man, I don't know what I do for that. Honestly, like, in all honesty, I don't know what I do for that. Maybe I'd try to eat like some gigantic pizza like a Matt Stoney. Even though, honestly, to be fair, Matt Stoney would absolutely crush me. In terms of eating more. So I don't know. Maybe if I could get the panels all in the same like wavelength to say, hey, let's all eat pizza at the same time. I think that would be cool, because we could all watch each other have like melty cheese that falls on our shirts. I think that would be cool. Do something like that, or maybe we could all be in like, I don't know. And probably the most homoerotic thing I'd ever do is maybe have us all looking like we're in the Top Gun volleyball game. That's probably the most homoerotic I'd ever go, and that'd probably be for like 10 or 20K. I probably did, but that's it. That's it.
I mean, that means getting
At
all sweaty
20K,
and
you
oiled
go
up.
to a Taylor Swift concert
Oh, Jesus, no.
Oh no!
and film
I
yourself
don't
there. I want to see a video of you at a Taylor Swift concert.
Oh,
You couldn't pay me to go.
I can't wait to never go to one of those things. I'm really lucky. I'm lucky, like, my children are not fans either. They think more of like this Japanese, Korean stuff as far as pop goes. But you know what? Even though I'm not really into it, I'd rather have them be into that than Taylor Swift, because to me, the fact that they kind of went out and found that themselves, I think, is way cooler than people are getting into something because it's the thing to like nowadays, or that's where the conversation is at. And I'm sure, as much as I have absolute disdain for the music of Taylor Swift, I'm sure there are some genuine fans out there, but a lot of them are there because
it's very generic. It's
a lot of them are there because it's the trend. That's the thing.
So let me tell you, I had never heard, to the best of my knowledge, a Taylor Swift song ever consciously. And I was watching when I watched The Fall Guy. There's a Taylor Swift song on the soundtrack.
Oh,
And we're watching it. I said, you know what? I bet you that's Taylor Swift. I could just tell from the lyrics and the general boringness of it and the whiny, somebody, I met you and you dumped me, or I dumped you lyrics. I said, I'm guaranteed that's Taylor Swift. Up in the credits at the end, Taylor Swift. So even though I'd never heard one, I knew exactly what it would sound like, and I was right, and it was terrible.
I went through a similar process. I mean, I know who she is and what her songs are, but I wasn't really thinking about it. And then when that movie came on and they listened to it, for the same reason, I said it sounds generic and bland. It must be Taylor Swift, and it was.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, bet you that's
all
her.
of his songs are generic and bland.
Yeah. So
they probably are.
Jason Sandberg mentions a Ryan Adams cover of Taylor Swift's 1989 album. Now, Ryan Adams is good. I've seen him live a few times.
Maybe
He's
he
great.
is.
I
wouldn't know.
I don't
I'm
ever.
a caveman. I'll admit I'm a caveman.
It's okay. You can like Taylor Swift or Ryan Adams, but personally, I can't respect a man that does covers for Taylor Swift.
Oh, but he does it far better. Ryan Adams covers a lot of acts. And this is Ryan, not Brian, by the way. This is Ryan Adams, a different Adam. Not Brian Adams. But
I'd rather hear Brian Adams singing his stupid ballads than Ryan Adams singing Taylor Swift.
Everything I do for you, the things I do. For you to do the things I do, everything.
I mean, it would be a tough choice, but I'd still probably go for Brian Adams rather than Ryan Adams.
So how's it going, Red Shirt?
That's going well. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy you could be here, sir.
Oh, wouldn't miss it.
I appreciate that.
Oh, man, I remember. Oh, we got to do the old man recollection stuff.
Yeah, let's go to way back when.
I remember when I first saw Nick Weiser, he had about 100 subscribers and 7 people in his streams.
And
I remember that.
I think it was less. It may have been like 3 or 4. Like, because I remember, I think I didn't start streaming until I'd say probably around 150. Now I appeared on our shows probably around like 130, 120, but it was around somewhere between 150 and 200 is when I actually started doing them myself. And I remember when I started doing them myself, and for those who've heard the story before, I apologize, but it's necessary for conversation. Yeah, I kind of was doing, I guess you could say, the normal modern pop culture show. And that was kind of like when it hit me, like, hey, maybe I should talk about something different. I'll still talk about how much I hate current pop culture on other channels, but on my channel, I'll focus on something different just to, spice it up. Like, why not throw in some freaking like JR's BBQ seasoning instead of just having the plain old Parmesan? Parmesan's good, but I feel like doing this would really spice up the mix. And that's when the Toxic Tuesday thing happened. And that was 70s. I remember you changed your work schedule to be.
I did. I made sure when I was still working and it was shift work, that I got my shifts changed so I could be on the show when I could. Sometimes I couldn't manage it, but generally speaking, it's Toxic Tuesday is a very special show. You did a good thing. You did a good thing there.
It has been a colossal show. Like it feels like it's like you go on that show and it's almost like you become like a little bit of a different human being before you're on that show. It's like whoever you are, you kind of leave that at the door, because when you're entering the Lions Den at Toxic Tuesday, yeah,
but it allows us to be toxic. It's not just about the movies; it allows us to be toxic.
Oh, it does. We
Which
get a toxic chat too. The chat is ridiculous during it. It's absolutely like I was like, holy crap, this is great. We get some sweet savagery, and now it's like a race to get demonetized. Which, by the way, I don't know how this happened. Somehow yesterday's show got re-monetized, and that was
my gosh,
pretty homoerotic, dude. How did it get I don't know.
That's weird.
Maybe it's because it's 5
Things
months.
are turning your way.
I don't
tide is
know.
turning.
Yeah, right. Is it maybe it's because it's Pride Month and showing John Claude Van Damme's ass maybe kind of put me in the algorithm. I don't know, but it happened. I freaking can't believe it. Oh, Jason Sandberg for $2. He says, I remember when he was 16 flavors. Speaking of flavors, when I was new to comics divisions, at the time yelling at parked cars, Tox was just a guy who was in the chat, Toxic Man Flu, and he would always send comic super chats with what the flavors were as
I
far
remember
as
that. I remember
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and then I know there was Terminus Est, and I'm trying to think who else was.
I threw a
sending
couple of
flavors.
those up there.
Yeah, and dude, there was some really wild flavors. I was like, oh, even I'm grossed out by that. That's saying a lot because I never grossed out by anything.
I kind of half missed the days of that because Toxic and I and Red Shirt and others used to have a lot of great conversation in the chat, a lot of
Yes.
jokes and a lot of riffing. That was fun chat days. Those very fun.
Yep.
Dave C for $5 says Pepperidge Farms, and I remember when he was doing the X-Files streams. Oh man,
I remember
Oh,
those.
yeah.
dude, yeah, those were actually fun. That was two. We did
Yeah.
seasons 1 and 2 of the X-Files, and that I can thank Paulie Latino Slant. Obviously he one day asked me to come on just to hang out, and then became, hey, you want to come back? And then coming back became, hey, you want to take turns hosting this? And before you know, we were off to the races. That was wild. I
enjoyed those shows.
It was
I know
fun.
it was tough to get season 3 going, but maybe one day.
I would not.
Maybe one
I
day.
would not be opposed to it. I really would not. I think definitely down the line, I think that would actually be a really fun thing to do. Is to have that season 3. I mean, God,
Because it was really getting into its stride then. Yeah.
oh,
Yep.
dude, right? It's still like to this day one of the best shows. And as someone who has that thought of one of the best shows, well, that's Price. Price, have you watched X-Files? Were you a fan?
X-Files, yeah, of course.
Dude, what a freaking show. And the funny part about it is I was a late bloomer to it. I didn't discover it until like 2013 or 14.
Okay,
I
yeah.
knew about it as a kid and it looked cool. And I guess you could say on a technicality, my first episode was a Simpsons episode where the alien showed up. He's like, don't be afraid. And then Lenny Kravitz, he's bringing us love. Kill it. Yeah, they're all trying to go after the alien. Now that was the Halloween special episode with Mulder and Scully. Fantastic
There's a
episode.
Different
I
time though.
watched
When
it-
Sorry, go ahead, mate. No, go ahead, mate.
I was saying I watched it, in the days that it was initially airing, and at some point, once David Duchovny, he didn't feel like coming to film, and then she wasn't there, and then they had other actors, and the guy from Terminator, it started kind of losing its edge there, and I feel like at some point I bailed on it. But there were a lot of great episodes. There were a lot of great episodes on that show. And then in more recent years, I've done some rewatches of some episodes, but I haven't done a proper rewatch to really go back and start. I could probably, if I had time, it would be a nice thing to do to kind of revisit the show because it is a really good show.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. I mean, that was back in the day because I watched it when it was out the first time. That old. It was great to have this thing to look forward to. There were shows you looked forward to every week.
Yes.
I can't wait to see what's going to be on the next one of those.
There was one episode that really stuck out to me because it was one of those shows where when it hit its groove, it really hit it, and it kind of like just became a freight train at that. But every now and then you have like to me, they were filler episodes, not in the sense that they were bad, but they're kind of like just a little bit of a brief detour from what's going on in the main
Monster
story.
of the week.
Sometimes Monster of the week, and sometimes maybe they have a little bit more of a comical element. And there was one, and it was kind of Monster of the week. It was when there was this like a little bit of a hysteria in a small town over roaches, and everyone was losing their mind. I can't remember the title, but everyone's like, "Oh my god, roaches, roaches!" I was just like, "This is hilarious." I can't believe they're actually doing well with comedy. And as someone who's already like a skeptic on the state government and all that, man, you want to talk about a show that really further affirmed my positions on the possibilities, man. And then the smoking, man, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Smoking Man was great. I'll tell you though, you know that without that show, you probably wouldn't have Breaking Bad.
Oh, how so? Because I know my girlfriend's a huge fan of that show, and she's been wanting me to watch it with her, and I have not had a chance. But I feel like that definitely needs to get rectified.
Chris Carter, the guy that was the showrunner for X-Files, he at some point, kind of as a discovery, he read a script from Vince Gilligan, who's the showrunner and creative visionary behind Breaking Bad, and he liked what he did so much that he started giving him more work. And somehow at some point, like, he became more and more involved in the production and writing, but that really kind of gave him his start. And in addition, Bryan Cranston, who is the star of Breaking Bad, Vince Gilligan, I think he wrote an episode, maybe he wrote and even directed an episode where they were trying to find an actor that could, be mean and scary, but also sympathetic. And they somehow saw Bryan Cranston and they decided this is the guy. And he remembered him and he said, one day I want to do something with this guy. I really like this actor. And the next thing he knew, he was suddenly on Malcolm in the Middle, Bryan Cranston, doing some comedy. He's like, that's so weird. This guy would do something completely different with him. And then years later, he had the Breaking Bad idea and he went to the network and he's like, it's got to be this guy. And they're like, you want the father from Malcolm in the Middle to be some weird, like, meth dealer? Like, this is never going to work. And he's like, no, it has to be him. So all of these things, like, all trace back to that X-Files show, which I think it had a lot of other people that kind of started their careers there.
Tony Todd, that was my discovery for Tony Todd, was that show. Not Candyman, but for me, Tony Todd. Now, obviously, Giovanni Ribisi too, as well. Yeah, that show put a lot of actors, actresses, and he really pushed them. I remember I freaked out when I discovered the show, and they had a nod to Megadeth. I was just like, bro, what? What is that? I couldn't believe my damn ears.
And you've never watched Breaking Bad?
I know. Shame on me.
You know what? I'm not trying to shame you. I'm just telling you I'm jealous of you. Like, if I were you, I would just sit there and start watching. The only thing I'll tell you is the first 5 episodes, you kind of look at it and you're thinking, what is this? But then, like, in the 6th, 7th episodes, you're like, okay, I get it. And then once you're there, you kind of, it's like you're on a roller coaster and it never stops.
It's phenomenal, Nick. It's one of the all-time great shows, in my opinion.
For sure.
Great TV shows.
Yeah, and I've heard that, and I believe it. I'm sure that's one of those shows, one of those rare shows that I can probably go into it even with the heightened expectations, and I probably
it will fulfill them.
It's really good. It's people told me that before, and I said, you're just saying it, and then I watched it, and I'm like, okay,
true. It's good.
And
I didn't watch it. It's the first, so I binged like 3 seasons in one go, and then had to wait for the others. But watching that whole load of them in one go, it was just great.
I went through the same process.
Disappointed. Never disappointed.
Same exact thing I did. I think the 3 seasons I had to watch together, it was a great experience.
I have a second-hand story about the X-Files. It's not my story, it's my wife's story, because before I met her, she used to live in Vancouver, and of course they filmed it all in Vancouver. And she used they also filmed 21 Jump Street at my stepdaughter's school. But she used to get really annoyed at the X-Files because they'd always use the alleyway next to her apartment to film in. So she'd come home from work and it was all closed off and she couldn't get into her own building. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry, you got to wait another hour. So she really hated that. She was like, those bastards stopped me getting in my apartment, because they're always filming round about it.
Wow.
I mean, Vancouver, in those days in Vancouver, you couldn't, walk anywhere without them filming something. Lots of stuff filmed out. As I say, 21 Jump Street was another one that was filmed that she had personal knowledge of it. Anyway, and David Duchovny, he may have been born in New York, but his mother's Scottish, so we claim him. He's ours. In fact, he does do a lot of the.
You claim the Mulder.
He used to come to. He used to come to Scotland a lot and do various cultural things. Yeah, because his mother's.
Damn, dude. That's cool as shit.
He's ours.
So Steve Mitchum at a great comedy here says, don't forget that will be a live stream Columbia Memorial Festivities on Sunday. That is awesome. I will remember that. Thank you, Steve. I hope you're having a good night, and tell your little minion I say hello, Maddie, and I'm sure you already have something awesome for her set up, as you always do. You seem like a kick-ass dad, Steve. And Davine Duckworth, because she's always dropping knowledge. War of the Coprophagus? Coprophagus? Season 3 episode Copperface. Okay, I was close.
Yeah. Yes.
I can't believe I even got that close. Season 3, episode 12. Thank you, Davina. Always being awesomely helpful. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, dude.
That's a very disturbing title if you know what a coprophage is.
I don't. Admittedly, I don't know.
It's Latin. It's either Greek or Latin, a biology term, and it's basically a crap eater.
A crap eat?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
Ooh.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. It's kind of a disturbing.
I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast.
Oh,
yeah.
You eat pieces of shit for breakfast.
Dude,
Classic line.
I'm glad you mentioned that classic line because I want to reminisce a little bit on that particular movie. I remember when I was a kid and watched Adam Sandler in Happy Gilmore, I remember thinking, oh, who's this old guy? Because I didn't know who Bob Barker was as a kid. To me, he was just some old boomer. And imagine how floored I was when I saw him beat the freaking shit
I know, that was the dude.
out of Adam Sandler. I was like, oh. Because, to me, I was like, one, I was already invested in Adam Sandler, A. B, he was a hockey guy. It's like, oh, well, he's a hockey guy. He's got to have the upper hand.
Still one of the greatest hockey movies ever made, Happy Gilmore.
Oh, dude. Agreed.
He is a hockey player.
It's a hockey and golf movie. Who thought you could be two things at once? That is one of them, though. Oh, good dad. But, oh, dude. Seriously. And then, of course, I learned about Bob Barker and The Price is Wrong. I was just like,
wrong, bitch.
Oh, dude. What a freaking phenomenon of greatness Happy Gilmore was. That's something that should just honestly just been a one and done. We don't need a follow-up to it. The story was completed. It was great as it was. Come on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but my God.
What a shot. Damn it! Is that goal regulation size or what?
Just happened to have that standing by for some reason.
Joe's Atmosphere says Chuck Norris once said Bob Barker. Wow. Who thought Bob Barker be the man of like discipline and zen? And I can't believe I would never thunk. I would have never. And Hannibal Grimm, to answer your question really quickly, I have not.
What a great movie. Oh, honestly, it's fucking awesome. One of the best movies ever made.
So really quickly, we'll get into one movie. We talked a little bit about it on Mead yesterday, but we couldn't go too deep into it. And Price, I know you can verify that because you and I were just too busy. Me, you, and Scribe and CC. We were just too busy admiring the conversation going on between Tom, Script Doctor, and RMB. That to us, like, it was just like we were just happy just listening. It was almost like we were on the panel, but in the chat, just enjoying it. But they were having such a good conversation on movies that everything else kind of just didn't matter. But we do not need a Spaceball sequel, and I'm not letting that go. You could call me stubborn, but even a lot of the cast members are still. I feel like, and it's not a too much as past thing. I think it was just so beautifully done on its own merits.
It's not needed.
It's not needed. No. And I know we didn't really get to really go into the conversation we probably could have had proper. What do you feel about that, Price?
I think
as he showed the book.
This is good.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Oh, I remember. Trust me when I
That's
say I
good.
remember. But yeah, Bryce, let me hear
I
your thoughts,
personally
man.
think there are certain times that you capture a certain atmosphere and vibe and humor, and it's of that moment that you do something special and you can't recreate it. And Mel Brooks, he's very old. That's why I guess they wanted to bring that Josh Gad guy who is no Mel Brooks. He's not funny. This is just going to be just a watered down, forgettable type of sequel that nobody's going to remember or care about. And really, it's not even necessary. I wouldn't even make it. I think Spaceballs it stands on its own. It's a classic, and it doesn't need any supplements, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing is that Mel Brooks on a bad day is better than most most writers and directors of comedies today. Yeah.
If he wasn't like 98 years old or however old he is, if he was even like 70, like
But he's
75.
but he's the right age now to play yogurt properly. Yogurt.
Right. I mean,
He's the right age now. He's meant to be like 980.
at this point, I feel, and I think I said this on the Mead stream, that I feel like at this point, if somebody gives him a project and he gets to kind of leave the house and do something on a set that he finds interesting and he's involved in a project, I think that makes him very happy. And I respect that on one hand, but on the other hand, I wish he didn't have to kind of revisit these type of classics. As far as I'm concerned, just give him a new project, but maybe they don't want to give him that.
What I see, that's the thing. I feel like a new project, once again, I say things along these lines. If you do something new, but you can tell there's a little bit of obvious influence of something, but not to the point where it's plagiarism, just so you can tell it respects something else, you can still do that and it's still recognizable enough. Like, oh, that looks like it's influenced by this. I feel like that alone would help. That's an opinion I strongly stand by. That's outside of the Lethal Weapon sequel, which got announced. We'll get into that shortly. But I feel like that if you did some influence by Spaceballs, that could be more beneficial. Because you're like, okay, it's not Spaceballs, but at least they're trying to do their own thing. Because a lot of things are influence and downstream of our things, derivative, whatever, or better versions in some cases. I think that's fine. Because they still, at the end of the day, stand on their own 2 feet. And I think that's the most important things. Is when they do that. That's the thing.
They could make Spaceballs 2, but make it a parody of Dune instead of Star Wars.
Oh, dude, you got an idea there, 70s.
Well, it doesn't have to be a Star Wars parody. It's just,
No, actually, that would make way more sense because there's so many other science fiction movies they could parody, trying to one up Mel Brooks' Star Wars parody. When Star Wars has become a self-parody nowadays. There's no point in parodying Star Wars now. It is a parody.
Oh, Dune, where's my
That's so
car?
funny. Oh, God,
That's really good.
That is so good. Well, that's what the Zucker brothers and Zucker should do that. Dune, where's my car? Like the guys that made Airplane and all those other movies, they could do that. Hot Shots.
Yep.
Dune, where's my car?
Yes.
By the way, I saw an advanced screening of that biker movie.
Which biker movie?
Oh,
okay,
Tom Hardy?
I got with Tom Hardy. I got like an email.
Go on.
I got an email like on Saturday, and it said, "Do you want to see a top secret movie at AMC?" So I said, "Sure." So then I went on Monday, and they don't tell you what movie it is. You sit there, and it's like top secret. They'll show you a movie. I don't know why. And then it was that movie. It was the Bike Riders one.
Bike Riders. It looks good. Was it good? Tell me.
It had Tom Hardy. It has Austin Butler, and it has Jodie Comer. I didn't hate the movie. I didn't hate it. I mean, it's kind of about it's about the whole culture of like motorcycle gangs, how they started, and how they were at the beginning something maybe more kind of wholesome and innocent of just some dudes that like bikes. But how they kind of evolved into more crime-related stuff. I like the idea of it, and it's sort of the fact that this happened in real life is true, but the characters you see are kind of fictional. So they're not really playing. Maybe they're inspired by characters, but they're not exactly playing real life characters. These three characters, but I thought it was pretty good at telling this story. I like that it was only a $40 million budget. I think that's what Hollywood needs to do. Not make like movies for, 500 million, but they made it for economical, in an economical way. The acting was pretty good, and I didn't dislike it, but still, walking out of it, I felt that it was good, but maybe they could have done it even better.
It fell
But
short.
it's not a bad movie.
Okay.
Well, it looked pretty good. The trailers looked good, and I was quite impressed with Austin Butler as Elvis. So, I mean, the guy
Yeah, he
can
was
act.
all right. He was all right. I mean, I guess my comments are Tom Hardy. I feel like at some point he decided that he wants to be James Gandolfini, and or at least for this role. And I feel like he really tried to channel that Gandolfini. But if you're not Gandolfini, you're not so good at doing Gandolfini. It's not bad. He's a good actor, Tom Hardy, but I feel like he's trying too hard to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but when you see it, you can let me know that he was going
I
for
do
like
want
that
to see
kind
it.
of vibe. And
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
and Jodie Comer also, I feel like she leaned into whatever kind of accent she was doing a little too much, because she's British or English or whatever, I feel like she leaned into that a bit much too. But
Was it a finished film or test screen? Because Pinochet's Helicopter Tours did ask the question.
I believe it was finished because it's being released soon. So I
It's
don't
out
know.
in 2 days or
In 2 days.
21st, I think. 21st,
If they showed it to me on Monday, then I feel like it's new. I don't even know why they showed it to me, but I wasn't going to argue.
At least it's it's going to be something that's interesting and not
I wasn't
woke,
bored. I wasn't bored
know.
with the movie, and it was like considering the type of movies we've seen in the past year, this one at least had something a little bit of interesting. They didn't. It's not like a reboot. They didn't remake anything. They just kind of wanted to tell a story. It wasn't over the top with all these weird CGI effects. It's more focused on storytelling, and overall, it wasn't bad. I still think they could have done something better, but it wasn't bad.
Okay. I got to check something really quick. I take about 2 minutes, and we'll keep this conversation going because we're on to something good here. And I think I got a good leading question to how we can have a solutionary problem. Not to borrow a great term from Mr. Maj Tour, if you guys knew Maj Tour is in the chat. He is a great term for labels for his people who follow up called solutionaries. Carry this. This will be about 2 minutes.
So Tom Hardy was in this. He did do he did Peaky Blinders 2022. And there was that Venom movie, but it seems to have been a bit quiet recently. Like I don't know what else he's got coming up. Is there another Venom maybe that he's involved with?
Well, those Venoms make a lot of money for him. They're a franchise, and even though we don't consider them big MCU movies or anything, they're already making 3 of them. There's MCU characters that didn't get 3 movies, so he's enjoying that money. He has his franchise money, and then he does the more artsy stuff.
But he has been a little bit quiet in the last 4 or 5 years, I would say, compared to the previous 10 where he was in.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Maybe he's got married and had kids or something.
Maybe. I think he's a good actor, but sometimes I think that he kind of tries too hard, and I don't know why I say that. Like he wants to show that he can get into all these characters, but sometimes I feel like it's just a step too far.
It's interesting because he actually started as a male model type guy. I think he wants to be, and he's done a lot of different stuff. I think he wants to be seen as a serious actor.
And he's pretty good. If he just toned down the overcompensating or whatever he's trying to do just a little bit, I think it would come off a bit more natural. I have this always feeling that between the accents and the faces and whatever, I always feel like he takes it just maybe 10-20% further than he needs to. And I know that's a weird thing to say, but that's what I think about it.
Possibly too method, and maybe he needs to back off that a little. Because that's why I actually like the Venom movies, because I actually just enjoy them as being a bit fun, and I think he's quite good on those. It's just fun, He's quite amusing. He doesn't play it too seriously.
Yeah, those movies don't bother me at all. I
They
actually
don't
think that
bother me
he's,
at all.
you know what, he's actually pretty good in those because, like you said, he doesn't take them as seriously, so he
Yeah.
doesn't go all method. He just
So he
walks
eases
in.
off, has some fun.
You know what? I like fun. I like Fun Hardy.
too.
He should do more Fun Hardy.
Just it's hard to believe that when he did Star Trek Nemesis, when he was Shinzo, the villain in that, he was only like 21, 22. He was quite young.
He was
I
pretty
mean,
good in that, actually.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, even in Britain, had heard of him. I know he'd done Band of Brothers and Black Hawk Down, but small parts in those. But it was like, who is
I
this guy that's
recently-
the villain here? Who is this guy?
I recently rewatched that movie maybe 6 months ago or something, and I thought he was probably one of the highlights of that movie.
His performance
What
isn't
movie?
bad. None of your business.
God damn it.
Star Trek
Don't deny
Nemesis.
me.
We're talking
Oh,
about Tom
okay.
Hardy.
Yeah, he was pretty good at it, I thought.
Yeah, he does
I mean,
bald well.
You can
Yeah,
criticize the
bald
movie itself,
well.
but I thought he was pretty good in it.
All right. So, what's up, Conan? I see you here, sir. Bikram. JT Gunn's been a member for 7 months. Thank you, sir. A huge member at that. Joe's Atmosphere for $5 says, congrats, Nick. Onward and upward. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate the 5. Hope you're having an excellent evening. Thank you. Appreciate it. I see you all 41 in here. Thank you, guys. Fucking awesome. How's it going, Backdoor Geary?
Pretty good, man. Just I was over visiting with Zax and Cameron Pasha and talking with the gang over there, Gooch and Lady Bellfire and Nadia and AJ, just hanging out, talking. They wanted me to talk about this pitch I just did with Tom with my the Darker movie script that he greenlit. So Tom will be making my script into a movie.
Ooh.
Yay.
Ooh. That sounds riveting.
Tom Connors.
Tom Conkle.
Uncle. Oh.
Should be clear about that.
Well,
yeah.
for a second,
Tom
I did
Conkle.
think about Connors. So,
So back.
No, Tom Conkle.
So is it going to be called the back
Yeah,
door
I know
is my
too many
business?
Toms.
The back door is
I know
my
too
business.
many Brian's. Well, of course, backdoor. Everything has to do with my backdoor.
That's what it's going to be
I mean,
called.
I
The
don't
back door
know
is my
how to
business.
write anything that doesn't involve the back door.
So I'm surprised
That's
you came
good though,
here.
mate.
I'm
Good.
surprised you came a lot quicker. I thought you were gonna be a bit.
So
I came quickly and loudly.
So if he's going to make your
Oh.
movie, what other involvement will you have other than the story? Are you going to be doing anything else in it? Or
Yeah,
with
I've
it
done a
for
lot
it?
of the artwork already, production art.
Okay.
And I've designed
Nice.
a vampire, which blew him away. He's like, "Holy shit, that's scary looking." I went, "I know." And
Ooh.
Good.
it is. I'll give you one little thing about it. It's got a moving proboscis with teeth,
Okay.
and it's got 2 winged fangs that latch onto its victim, and
Nice.
it's pretty fucking wild the
So
way
you
it
drew
works.
that from life experience,
Steve?
didn't you?
Of course.
Backdoor life experience. So okay, we were on a conversation. It made me think before I left. I was thinking, what, and I know 70s will definitely have an answer. And I'm sure Nolan Price, and he's basically another encyclopedia like Tom. And maybe even Backdoor Geary has an answer. What is the best original movie we have seen in the last 2 years? And
That's
I
2
wonder,
years. Oh,
and
geez.
yeah, 70s. What would be the best one? Whether it's American, Korean, Indian. I know you really know how to go in deep, and I want to hear from a man who knows how to go in deep. What's hidden in there?
Best original movie. Oh, jeez. There are a couple of Korean ones I would consider. Like
When you
Well,
say original,
Godzilla
you
minus
mean-
one was good.
Godzilla minus one. Could you call? Is that an original? It is an original
Yes
movie.
and no.
Really.
I'd say it's original and it's its own story, one and done.
'Cause that was
but
brilliant.
it's also we've also had Godzilla, but I guess that's an easy answer. But what is something that we don't recognize? What is the one for you? 70s.
Oh, so you don't mean not based on like previously published material, but
pre-existing
just simply
stuff. Yeah,
an
Could it be
original
based on
film
a
that's
true
never been a
story?
film.
sure.
There's a Korean movie I love called Ransomed, which is probably my favorite movie of the last 2 years.
Okay.
It's about
Oh, yeah, that's the one
kidnapping a Korean
that's the one
diplomat being kidnapped in the Lebanon. I do like
And
that
my
movie.
buddy's in that. My buddy's in that. Fahim Fasli.
Oh,
Well, there's two.
He's
There's,
the-
there's there was the Point Man, which was the Afghanistan one, but
Oh, that's the one
Ransom's
I'm thinking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Point Man.
that's not as good. But the Ransom one is about Beirut. It's a Korean. They thought he was Japanese, and they kidnapped him wanting a ransom, and he was Korean, and because the
How
Koreans said,
racist.
"Fuck, we've got," yeah, like nobody cared, and they never had any money, so they just left the poor bugger. But eventually, somebody takes it upon themselves to go rescue the guy. It's a really good movie. I'd say that's my, off the top of my head, that one I always come back to that one. I love that.
Okay. And what about you, Price?
Well, I said I liked Godzilla -1. If I'm trying to think off the top of my head, I thought that Tetris movie was pretty good.
Oh, I
That
forgot
was
about
sort of
that.
an original one, and that was pretty good.
Yeah, I
There were
forgot
probably
that.
a few others, but those kind of pop into my mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Toxic Man Flu.
Nick, 2,000 subs, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Cheers to you.
Oh, and I meant to say that too.
Hello
Yeah.
to Mrs. Flu as well. Thank you for dropping in, sir. It's been a while since I've had you on here.
I know things have been pretty busy. We have got to go to Aurelio's before it closes, man.
Yes, we
that
do.
was shocking.
I
Shocking.
can't believe that's a historical pizza place.
Yes, that's one of the originals. That's a Naperville staple. And I was just flipping through. I was like, what the hell? And WGN posted that. I'm like, well, crap. So they're closing on June 20th. That's tomorrow. That's Sunday. So I don't know if we can get out there fast enough, but I'm going to try. Oh, no, they're closing June 30th. They're closing. The one in Springbrook Square will close on June 30th.
That ain't that bad.
No, we might be able to make that.
We might be able to pull that off. We might. There's a possibility with that.
Okay.
We might be able to work with that. We got to talk more on that. And you know
All
what?
right, so we'll talk after.
Since you're here and on the spot, you have obviously been around a lot of bad movies in the last few years. Outside of Godzilla -1 or anything based off of pre-existing IP, what is the best original movie you've seen in the last 2 years? Tox. The best one.
In theater?
Or you don't matter.
Streaming doesn't matter. Now I'm going to take series out because I thought Blue Eyed Samurai was pretty good, and there were a couple of stuff in there.
Yeah, I heard that was good. Yeah, but yeah.
So I'm going to say it has to be Dune. So, yeah.
Well, that's
so
a pre-existing. That's a pre-existing.
Well, that's
IP.
right. That's a pre-existing one. So if we're so if we're not doing that, it's going to have to be Sound of Freedom.
Oh, hey,
Great film.
I'm glad you mentioned that. You know what? Because that trailer that we're looking at for that other Angel Studios movie actually looks genuinely good. What's it called again? Like something of hope.
It's the one about the
they got Letitia Wright in
kids.
Shuri, she's the executive producer because we were talking about like how I'm like she's definitely gonna be canceled from doing anything Black Panther going forward if she's involved in an Angel Studios movie. But that trailer looked damn good.
Let's see what's there. Cabrini was okay.
That's a very good choice.
Sound of Freedom.
Now I didn't see when he came in. So who is this? Because you have no name showing up, so I have no idea who that is.
I am Toxic Man Flu.
Dude,
Toxic, what's up, dude?
How you doing?
This is back
I know each other.
Gary.
Yeah, we do.
He knows who I am.
I just haven't been in it for a while. Yeah, Gary.
All right, go ahead.
Not
Let's hear the next one.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of this. But anyway, hey, Pico Seconds, how you doing?
I gotta mention real quick. I hung out this man at Dallas Fan Expo, and yeah, we were bad influence as far as buying habits gone. I saw this man buy Heavy Metal #1. I saw it happen. What that was a wild experience. Right, he blew Quarter Block Garrett away with that because we found Garrett on the way out.
Wow,
it was a situation, and I bought this man since he's a Dolph Lundgren member. I bought him a Shadow book that contained a lot of the original pulp stories from like the freaking 30s or 40s or 50s. You let me know, Five, if you've read it yet. But I hooked the brother up fat. And little did I know it, price-wise, end up not being fat, even though I thought it was going to be fat. So it do be like that. 30, oh, geez, the 30s, hot damn, dude. All right. I'm sliding in another man here. And
What?
He has a lot of experience with that, as we all know here. He is
A lot of experience with what?
if one man
in.
Sliding in the back door.
Wow.
Yeah, this is my first time actually in the same lobby with him.
How's it going?
Ooh.
The experience. Yeah. Pretty good,
So how's
bud.
Gold Comics? How's yelling at park cars on the green button?
It was good. Yeah. We had a lot of fun talking about they're calling it cheap fakes.
Yeah, I believe that your show tonight was
yeah.
completely a deep fake. There was no show. You faked the whole thing.
Yeah. Yes.
You got
What's
greeted
up,
by
Conan the Barbarian?
You got greeted by the Sumerian. That's pretty badass.
Nice.
It's a badge of honor.
I hear that comics did have sex with Arnold Schwarzenegger once. But,
Wow.
Well, he mistook comics, for a little person that was doing, like taking out the garbage or something. He thought he was a maid or something like that. So
that was
it looks like an overweight Latino maid.
That was a stretch talks.
I know. I'm tired. I need to go to bed.
Clearly.
Yeah. All right.
I mean,
Nick,
usually your insults are shit, but they're not this shit.
It would have been a stretch. It would have been a stretch. That's true.
Tox, you have to slide out.
I'm gonna slide out. I'm gonna go. Miss Flu just came back. We're gonna talk for a little
All right,
bit. She
give
was,
her my hellos, and we
Later,
got to talk
Toxic.
about this pizzeria,
Good seeing you, buddy.
man.
Good
So
seeing you.
dropping in.
I will drop you a text, and we will figure out if we can get to Aurelios.
Beautiful. I
All
love
right.
it. Sounds
Have a
good,
one, buddy.
man. Take care,
Love
Tox.
you.
So
Congratulations.
comics. We've been having a chat here since we're trying to talk about solutionary situations. What is the best original movie you have seen in the last 2 years, not based off a pre-existing IP?
Sisu.
Oh yeah,
Good call. I forget about so many when I ask questions like that.
Well, I'm glad we're having this conversation. We can bring stuff like this to life. Yeah,
I would say Sisu and the Northman were both very good movies.
Okay,
both
I think
original.
that was 3 years ago, but we'll go since it's an original.
Well, Northman, the Northman wasn't 3 years ago. I want to say it was like.
I thought it was
This was
2020.
last year. I thought
that was last year. Yeah.
Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I thought it was 2022. So either way, you nailed some originals. Ultimately, that's what matters, and it's nice to have original movies to say, hey.
Oh yeah, you're right. Northman was 2022.
Ah, yes. I'm not retarded. That makes me happy. Well, okay, maybe I'm slightly.
yes, but when in 2022? Because you said the
It was
last
like
2 years.
March or April.
It came out in December. That's the reason why I thought it was pretty close to.
It counts.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it counts.
No, wait. Okay, hang on a second.
I
Well,
thought it
no, I was
March.
looking. No, the trailer released December 20th, 2021. Let me see here. What
Either
it
way,
actually...
2 years. is
okay, it
good
was
enough.
April 2022. Is when.
Oh,
Outside.
not bad. Yeah,
The rules are the rules.
outside bounds.
Okay, well, I mean,
Just
Sisu.
outside.
Comics
Just outside.
division.
What was Gary? Gary, what did you say was your favorite?
He was
in this?
close enough.
Well, I mine's kind of a tie because I agree with Toxic. Sound of Freedom is like one of the best films in the last 3 years, and the other one is a little war film called The Covenant, which really stood
The
out.
Covenant was. I forgot about that as well. Yeah, that's a good one.
Guy Ritchie, man.
I was gonna say, is that the Guy
Great
Ritchie movie? Yeah, I wanted to see that, and unfortunately, I missed it.
As a veteran, man, I love my military films, and that one was fantastic.
Wow, you
Yeah,
look so
well-
weird without a robe. I don't know who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
It's not a robe. You've seen. It
I
in person.
recognize him
It's a
by the
jacket.
bottles behind him.
Nick only recognizes when you're disrobed.
Yeah, I've cooked enough for tonight. 2 hours was my limit.
Oh man, how's it going, Brahma?
Pretty good. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see.
Great to see you, my man. Appreciate you being here. So I'm going to acknowledge Fletcher Williams. I suck at games channel says congratulations, Nick, for $4.99. Thank you, Fletcher. Hopefully you're having a good evening. And then we got deleted scenes coming with a direct dono.
Great clip.
Thank you. It's a clip that'll never get old. And Deleted
Not the
Scenes
slightest.
20 says, congratulations on 2K. Thank you, Deleted Scenes, and thank you for 20. And since we got 2 direct donos at 20, let's give another Molly Whoppin to Captain Marvel. It never gets old. It's just
Kind of doesn't.
there's moments you remember in your life at the theater, and I remember that exact moment when he freaking decked her, and the audience went nuts when Thanos did that. It was the only time I heard a crowd cheer for Thanos ever.
Oh yeah.
I was pretty much Team Thanos the whole way.
Thanos did nothing wrong.
Oh,
That's right. Thanos did
okay.
nothing
He still
wrong.
did, except with Captain
Thanos
Marvel.
is right.
Thanos is wrong.
No,
And
he
when my
didn't.
shirt comes out about that, I should put in parentheses except against Captain Marvel. To really, really go all the way there. Thanos was actually wrong. ... except for Captain Marvel. Because I'm working on one of my shirts. It's gonna be a really, really spicy one. It's gonna be Thanos was wrong, Magneto was wrong. Oh yeah, Killmonger was wrong too, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's gonna make a lot of people angry.
Oh yeah, I'm
It's
sure.
gonna be great.
Sure it will. But that's
And I
fine.
don't-
That's the
I
internet.
don't even think that those characters have a bad story. Any of them, I enjoy all their individual arcs. I just don't see them as misunderstood as people make them out to be. I
Yep,
see them
I
all
agree.
as just really well told villains.
Mm-hmm.
That's all what I got of it, and I will be happy to have that contentious argument. There was a guy when I was at the Fan Expo hanging out at 5 Pico. He was walking around with a giant sign, and it said, "I am tired of the evil Superman trope." I'm like, brother, I'm with you. Power to the people, man.
Yeah.
That's my guy right there. That's why we are gonna make heroism great again. We're gonna make it dominant again. Brom, are you drinking?
A little.
Drink
I
more.
had a couple of bourbons on comics.
Okay, well now
Mm.
you're
Wow.
hanging out here.
That sounds
now-
good.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
But I got to take the dog to the vet at 6:30 in the morning, so I can't go too crazy.
Hey,
with that.
I believe in you.
That's the most complicated drink mix I've ever heard the name
Think
of.
of it like this.
Yeah.
Think of you getting drunk and make it to the vet to take care of your dog. Think of it like a personal sized pizza. Every pizza is a personal sized pizza as long as you believe in yourself.
I'm
You
pretty
think
much
it's
thinking
about-
though, that taking the dog to the vet is some kind of sexual euphemism.
It could
No,
be.
not in this case.
Taking the dog to the vet.
And it could very well mean the back door too. You never know.
Oh,
Is he going in and out of the back door to do it? Yeah.
Wow.
so red shirt.
I would have to go with Sisu.
Sisu, okay.
Even over Sound of Freedom. Sound of Freedom is a movie. While it's incredibly powerful, Sisu was just like being 30 years
Pure
old again and
escapism.
getting on the best roller coaster I've ever ridden.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pure
I have to say that I as much as I enjoyed Sound of Freedom, for me it was a very difficult movie to watch because of the subject matter. Great movie. It's a movie I never want to see again.
Damn
No,
it,
That's
I agree
Brian.
with
He
you,
loves it when
comics.
children in peril.
Yeah.
It's his favorite genre.
Peril.
I feel the
Spiral.
same way as comics. It's not a movie for rewatchability. It's just you watch it once, you understand that it's important, and then you kind of think you'll never watch it again.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
At least
Until you show it to somebody important to you. That's
Yeah.
the only
Yeah.
time I would do it.
Fair
At
enough.
least
Fair enough.
Angel Studios actually got it right as far as how to tell a story on a really
Well, I mean,
deep
they
subject
didn't
matter.
they didn't
They
make
didn't
the
lady
movie.
ballers it.
Well, yeah, I mean, but Angel Studios didn't make the movie. It was
True.
Distributed it.
That's
and
true.
it's-
Yeah,
That's true.
distributed
It
it,
was
yeah.
shelved for 4 or 5 years.
But I
Yeah.
do like what Angel Studios are doing. I think that
I do too.
their business model is great. I like that they kind of listen to their own viewers and create movies that they think their own investors, crowdfunding would be interested in. And I
Well,
think
they also have a great program of Pay It Forward.
right,
with,
right.
Yeah.
They do a lot of
like that.
things that
Brothers.
Hollywood may look down on or laugh at, but I think
Mhm.
that Hollywood could learn a lot of lessons from Angel Studios.
Well,
I
the thing
agree.
I like about it is, despite the fact that they're primarily a religious studio. They put story first over message, which I don't mind seeing a movie that has religious themes in it.
Yeah.
It's when whether it's coming from the SJWs or from a religious group of people, banging you over the head with the message is what annoys the shit out of me. If it's something that has, like I said, religious themes or involves religion, I don't care. It doesn't offend me. I'm totally fine with it. It's like
it doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, tell me a good story.
I agree. You're talking about when any film becomes overly didactic. It's preaching at you,
and that's
I think like some of the movies that I would probably be annoyed by is like the God is Dead movies, and there was like another one that came out recently. I'm like, okay, whatever. And I'm not saying that they're not allowed to exist. It's just not my cup of tea, and I'm not going to go out of my way to watch it. But it's like I know that people talked about Shift. And it's really good. That's a movie I want to see, and I know that wasn't it a story of a retelling of Jonah.
Job.
Job,
but in a multiverse.
Yeah. So it's like stuff like that. I'm totally down with, because I for not being a Christian, appreciate the religion and the stories and the history and the mythos that surrounds it as well. Something I am very interested in, because there is a lot of storytelling that can be done. Prophecy being a really good example of that, even though it wasn't the greatest movie, but I like things that kind of involve the religion, but is not necessarily about the religion, I would say.
Religion friction is what you're talking about, because I know what you're talking about. Yeah. It's
I think that The Shift, I didn't dislike the movie, but I thought it was very ambitious in the sense that with $6 million, they wanted to make a high-end sci-fi movie.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they needed a little extra money there to really flesh it out. But I love the fact that they even have $6 million, and you see Disney with their hundreds of millions of dollars can't come up with one original idea.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't perfect, I appreciated that for $6 million, they're just like, we're going for it. Yeah.
That is a very modest amount of money to make a movie. And that's impressive that you can make a movie on $6 million these days.
Right.
I mean,
and they may have that money now after teaming up with Daily Wire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the next movie they're producing coming out in July is in collaboration with the Daily Wire.
Yeah, and it looks good.
Sound
I'm looking
of
forward
Hope.
to seeing it, and it's
I can't wait for Son of Hope. Yeah, that trailer
it looks good.
Looked really damn good. Yeah. I'm actually feeling good about it, because that's a double flick for me that week, because that's that and Despicable Me 4 with the kids. So it's just nice to say, hey, I'm gonna go to movies twice that week.
Yeah. The other thing too about it is like this is movies that Hollywood used to make,
right?
But apparently they can't anymore.
Assuming it's good, all of us racists are going to go see a movie about a whole bunch of black
people. Yeah, I know,
and like it.
Yeah, that's the irony behind it, is that they're
going to trash the movie. And
just look at criticism around the Acolyte, and if you don't like the show, you're racist.
Yeah.
But here we are. We're looking forward to seeing a movie about about this city. And it's about black people and adoption and whatnot, and we're all looking forward to it, because, clearly we're all a bunch of fucking racists. So
yep.
Look at all of us, all those pasties. We're really, really like jazzed about a black-led family film.
Yeah,
I mean, it reminded me of Clifton Duncan's post he posted, I think, last week, when he talked about how we were more diverse back in the 90s. And he had a good point, because he made a good list of all these great black-led family shows, which any kid or adult could watch, and you could benefit from it both ways. And that's something that's become very lost mostly nowadays. Like, I think outside of maybe Bluey, there's not many shows that are meant for that, where the kid can benefit from it, maybe from an entertainment or from a comedy perspective, but the adult benefits from it from the details of actual nuanced messaging, where the adult benefits from how deep the themes are for the show. And I didn't notice that as a kid when I watched stuff like Family Earth. I just enjoyed it. This is fucking funny.
Yeah.
When you watch it as a
good show.
Oh, dude.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, great show. Funny.
Oh, dude. Fresh Prince. Man, that was the jam for me. Fresh Prince.
Well, I mean, and again, there's certainly been times where the show has had a message, but I didn't feel like it beat you over the head. It wasn't like every single episode. It was like occasionally
it wasn't
they'll do an episode.
alienating either.
Yeah. Yeah.
It never said that all the people from a certain group are a certain way. Even if they were in a situation that they were addressing something bad that could happen to society or highlighting some issue, it never looked at the viewer and said, you're to blame.
Yeah. This is your fault.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it was just highlighting an issue. And it's like, none of us had issues with those topics being brought up and talked about, right? Because clearly racism is real, right? It happens.
Yes.
And it's fine to have an episode or two talking about that. But then the main thing, it wasn't the main focus of the show, and it was trying to have a conversation. It wasn't trying to be preachy or beat you over the head with it. It was just let's
what
talk
it was
about this
doing
thing.
was it was kind of realigning our cultural moral compasses, all those shows back at that time.
It didn't feel like it was trying to divide.
You could tell where the moral compass was supposed to be pointing.
Yeah.
That's
now it's
an
all over
important
the
thing,
place.
Brahma. That I'm glad you hit on that, because that is an important thing. Because even though you had all these awesome shows, all led by Black families, all with a great father, a lot of them also had great dominated by
father
great
figures.
fathers,
Mhm.
dominating.
Mhm.
A lot of them were, and some of them were some of the best characters in a lot of them. Because some of the dads, when they need to be the serious guy to put their foot down, they need to be. But when they're funny, man, they had us laughing and dying and crying at parts. It was great to see. Like, we had a really good. We didn't know how good we had. We were just enjoying it once again for the entertainment angle. It's like, because I rewatched it with one of my buddies about a year ago. It was Family Matters. We rewatched, and I was like, wow, this show, I loved it then, but it's so much better now. It really is better now. Not just, even if you take out how bad entertainment is going, it's just because of how much more I understand the show now. I appreciate it that much more.
And there's something to be said for the 90s, up until about The Simpsons, where whether it was a black or a white family show, the dad wasn't a complete freaking moron.
Yes.
Moron.
After that, they started making dads to be the biggest idiots in the world, and the moms are the most capable people on the planet.
It started with
did a
Homer Simpson
disservice
when
to the
Sam
family.
Simone stepped down.
Homer was the original idiot.
When
I mean,
Sam
a little
Simone
bit,
left
a
the
little
show,
bit married
it made him
children,
stupid.
but
Homer and Al kind of got it started, but the thing is, they would still have moments of clarity that would still give them a arc of not only redemption, but also show why they still need to be a part of the family, or why their part in the show still matters.
well, Homer got progressively dumber though.
Oh
too.
yeah, he got dumber, but you know what stayed there? His love for his kids and his wife. Remember when they renewed their vows, like stuff like that. Homer still was trying to still better himself, even though he got dumber as a whole as his own man. But as far as being a family man, he still did know his part as a dad.
Yeah, and Al Bundy was a different thing, because it wasn't that Al was stupid. It was more that he was the stereotype of being miserable, locked into a situation.
That's how I view Al Bundy. He was just a stereotype of being miserable.
They didn't make him dumb. They just
and then
made
of
him-
course Anthrax was on.
Yeah,
the
he could
show.
hold his own.
You can never top a show that has Anthrax on it. I mean, I'm just saying.
If anything, Married with Children made Peggy dumber over the years.
Yes.
I mean, if anything, it's weird watching the first season of Married with Children, because they actually don't fight like they do later on, and don't hate each other as much as they do later on.
They're there for each other.
It's just more about the struggle. It's just more about the struggle at that point.
Yeah,
but yeah,
being a
once you get to that
low-income
one
family.
point, it's like fucking just Al just rips into Peggy all the time. But well, congratulations, Nick. That's what I showed up
Thank
for.
you,
I wasn't even
Tom.
sure
Appreciate it.
what was going on here, because I come in earlier and nobody was here. And then now I
What
come
was
in
the
now.
original question we were talking about?
Oh, I just sent the link early just to get.
Is
people
Tom Gay was the original question.
Who's this guy over here? I don't recognize him.
Oh yeah, right. Without his
Guy in
robe.
the white T-shirt. I don't know. who he
Yeah,
is.
it looks really weird.
I did my 2 hours of
What's up,
burning.
Belmont? I can't wait to have you on in a few weeks, man. Oh no, Tom.
Yeah, once again, I'm going to point out, Brahma, I recognize you by the bottles behind you.
Yeah.
The bottles behind. Oh, dude, that
There's a few.
Rocky shirt. Oh, that is.
Oh, nice.
Now Tom's here. Now Tom's here. I'm going to unwrap this. I don't know what it is. I ordered something.
Before
and I
you
don't know
take
what
your
it is.
lube out, Backdoor Gary has to slide out.
My oh my.
Hi,
Yeah, I got
Gary.
to pull out. I'm using the old rhythm method and pulling out. Yeah, I got to go. I
been
don't
a
know why
while.
you
It was good
enlarge
to
me. I'm
see
not
you.
going to do anything.
Well,
Hey,
there's
I
only
can
one
do-
way I like you. That's embiggened.
Embiggened at Jazz Hand.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Tom and I are doing a show this Saturday. We're going to be talking about Beverly Hills Cop 2. And then let's see, Friday we'll be talking about the Netflix series Three Body Problem.
Oh, that's on Friday. Okay. Oh,
That's
okay.
Friday. And then next Wednesday, we're going to be doing the rundown, my girlfriend and I. And then on Thursday, a very special once a month show that I do. It's called 80s Fright. I do that with Fanzine, my buddy Greg, and Nadia. And we're going to be talking about a classic horror film called Prince of Darkness by John Carpenter.
Nice.
Sounds good, Geary.
All I heard was you were going to run down your girlfriend. So is it like death?
Yeah,
Race
run
to-
down my girlfriend.
All right, Gary. I'm gonna slide you out, and I got
See you
another
Friday,
man to
mate.
slide in.
I'm going to get out of here, guys. See you, man.
Good to see you. Take care, man.
Have a good one, dude.
I'm going to
And
open this. I open this package
All right,
while you're
all right.
talking.
Hello.
While you're talking.
Hi,
I
Mark.
just arrived today, and I don't know what I've ordered. Let's see if Tom's got it already. Probably has.
Uh-oh. Yeah, well, if it's Tom, he already has it.
I'm going to open it by brute force.
Don't mess.
at that old
Don't
man's
This is a
strength
live
go.
unboxing. Oh, it's an Edge of Tomorrow 4K.
Oh, you can watch that over and over.
I can.
Put it
And
on
it's in
repeat.
French too. Look, it's in French as well.
Wow.
Jules Saint Lendemain.
I'm glad you mentioned in French because it
Great
reminds me
movie.
of the first year I was with
I forgot I'd
Stella,
ordered that.
or the second year, and one of the Christmas gifts she got me was the Expendables trilogy, and she was like, "Oh, we're gonna watch this." I'm like, "Yeah, I can't wait to watch this in Spanish." It was like-
The name is different in French, though.
Los Paranoias.
What's the name in French? It's un jour, which means a day. It's not. It's
no.
it's not called Edge of Tomorrow.
Un jour
Let me zoom
de-
in on you again.
A day without time.
Un jour,
Without end,
un jour
without
is a
end.
day. Sans without, and l'endemie. I don't know.
Without end?
Die. I love this movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I don't have a 4K player, but what the hell? I just thought I'd buy it anyway. I've already got it in 3 other formats. But fuck it. I didn't know what that was. I've ordered a few things. It's always nice to. Which one is this? Tom will have it already. He's probably got it on 8K.
Of course he does. So okay.
Oh, it's a day without tomorrow.
A day without tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a slang term. It's kind of like one of those
Yeah.
things that's kind of tough to translate sometimes. So
Yeah. I
Definitely
didn't realize you were
gives you an
French,
idea what it's
Matt.
about.
all
Right,
right.
you see, I've got that version as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Come on,
Where,
Tom.
where did they
You've
call
got-
it? Live, die, repeat.
Tom, you need the 4K. What's wrong with you? You're well behind the times.
I was gonna say
he's got
what-
all of them.
I don't know if I got the 4K or not. I gotta look.
Oh,
What's
if
wrong
he
with-
does it,
what's
he's
wrong
gonna
with-
rectify that in like 5 minutes. You know that,
Yeah.
right? He's not gonna let that slide. That's just that he can't live that on his.
You know what
Not
Tom's got in it?
necessarily, it depends on the movie. If it's
You know,
2K up convert, then I'll just stick with the 3D one.
you know what Tom's got in his house? He's got this chute that comes down from the ceiling, and it's directly linked to an Amazon warehouse, and they just throw films down it all day long.
So
When I
bro,
was buying, Tom, do you have one of those tools to open DVDs up? Because back in the day when I was buying like 5 DVDs a week,
I
they were actually
used to.
selling. Yeah, the tool where it was like it had a blade that would slide down the end, and another blade that would like open up your DVD cases for you.
First world problems.
First world problems. Yeah.
Rob,
Yeah.
I've lost my DVD opener.
as
Oh, God.
S70s opens up his plastic, what was the best original movie you find to be the best one in the last 2 years?
2 years?
Yes, 2 years. Best original movie not based off of pre-existing IP.
Not often. Okay, so Tetris doesn't count.
No.
I think it does.
That just might count. Yeah.
I think it counts. It's
I mean,
not.
it's a-
It's not.
it's
a
a
Well,
true
it was a
story.
video
It's-
game IP. I mean,
It's
yeah,
a documentary.
Yeah,
I do have the 4K of it.
Oh,
I mean, I would have gone. I would have gone Tetris followed by Gran Turismo, but if we have to go absolute original, I'm going with Nefarious.
Oh, I did hear a lot of good things about Nefarious. I know
Nefarious was fantastic. That was the
didn't,
best acting I have ever seen.
The Common Nerd have the star of that movie on his.
Yeah, the producers and director, I believe.
Yeah. No, that's damn cool. All right,
No,
hell yeah.
Nefarious was good.
So we had a little bit of Sisu, a little bit of Nefarious, a little bit of Sound of Freedom. You know what? Let's ask Mr. 4K Tom. What's the best original movie? You know the rules, man. In the last 2 years.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Is it though for you?
Well, Tom sees a lot of movies.
There's not that much original.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the bigger problem.
Yeah.
Porn movies count, though. You can pick a porn movie.
I'm sure there's like, I mean, Megan was actually better than I thought it was going to be.
Okay. I saw
That's
Grant
pretty good.
Nolan praising Megan.
Trying to
He was
think of
really a big
something
fan of it.
More modern than that, even.
You were a big fan of Tetris, but it doesn't count.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of based on a true story, so yeah.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
I think it's an original movie, though. It's not like it's a
Yeah,
reboot.
it has nothing to do with the game, except that that's what the original story was about, was him bringing the game from Russia to the rest of the world.
Oh, the Tetris movie?
Yeah.
Comics, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking Michener's.
Ooh,
because it's
yeah.
all I have
Which
left
one?
at the moment.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't remember it. It's like the standard Michener's.
Okay.
So small batch.
okay.
Yeah.
It's good.
Mark.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. God, it's a tough one too because I was gonna say
Beekeeper was
my
really
favorite-
fucking good, by the way. Sorry.
Oh,
no,
hey,
I enjoyed
that's
that.
original.
one, yeah.
That's original. I
Yeah.
still need to watch that.
I was
But
going to
go
say
on, Mark.
Godzilla -1, but I'm like, no, it's not originals. I mean, that's my
Godzilla.
favorite movie the last
IP's
few
been
years.
around a little while.
I mean,
Go
I'm
on.
like, oh, I can't say that. I'm trying to think of what, like, that was the movie that I enjoyed the most. I saw the black and white version too, which I thought was amazing.
Nice.
Now I know real popular. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what was original. Like, isn't everything a remake?
Iron
I mean,
Claw was
almost.
original. Did you see it?
But these
No,
guys
yeah.
were
Haven't
all
seen it
able
yet.
to name off.
Well, if you're going to
original-
count Iron Claw,
Oppenheimer.
then I got to say Oppenheimer. Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna say Oppenheimer. I mean,
you
but
do an Oppenheimer
and Barb.
for that.
I mean, as a joke, you'd say Barb is Barbie original. That's a new movie.
But
No,
it was
don't-
based
don't
off
get
the
me, guys.
toy.
There's some very old Japanese people have seen Oppenheimer already years ago.
Yeah.
But I
I
mean,
also
it's
like
really
the
that's
killer.
it's a sad state of affairs when you can't name any new, really new IP that you'd say,
When you
oh,
have to
there's,
think about it, yeah.
yeah, there's no like, oh, this is the next Star Wars or this is the next, such
Oh,
and such. I mean, we had a
here's
Hunger
another one.
Games reboot. I mean,
Here's
nothing
another
good.
one. Bullet Train was very, very good.
It's pretty good.
That was 2022. That's original.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
now-
enjoyed that quite a bit. Yeah, that's a good one.
So now that we've all given off our originals of the best years, I got one that looks to be coming in the future that I actually am optimistic for, and it's based off a sequel. I think Tom may know where I'm going with this, and maybe Prices too, but Lethal Weapon 5. I love the idea of Gibson and Glover not only getting back together, but with Gibson directing. I think is going to make a huge difference. I think that
I
is
gotta
a
say that interview that's going
some
around, I
extra
guess,
work.
is actually like 2 years old, by the way, guys.
Say that again.
Evidently, that interview that's making the rounds is 2 years old.
Which one?
The one where he's talking about Lethal Weapon 5. Because that's why I was like, that's funny that he's talking about problems with Passion. Because as far as I know, he's almost done shooting the Passion. Because in
Okay.
fact, it's such a big project that it's going to be Passion 2 and 3.
Dude. 5
More
because you
passion.
can't choose
But
Oppenheimer
that
because
being
it's a
said, if
prequel
he's
to
getting done with
Godzilla.
Passion of the Christ, that means he might have time now for Lethal Weapon
Well,
5.
I mean, wait a second. Wait, these are sequels to the original Passion of the Christ?
Okay, yeah. So my understanding is this is actually the story of what Jesus went through in the 3 days before he rose. So it's his descension into hell and back again.
Okay.
Why didn't they just merge that with Lethal Weapon 5? They could have made it.
You
Well,
could.
it's like one of those things. Like, did we already see this movie? I mean, he already died. I mean, what are you supposed to do at this point?
He's back and he wants revenge.
He's back and he's pissed.
He's back and he's pissed.
Okay, let's just so now that it's not officially official, but if we could get into dream scenario, I think the idea of Gibson Glover getting together, if in the possible world that Mel Gibson were to direct, I mean, I don't think we're gonna ever get a Mad Max with Mel Gibson and George
Definitely
Miller.
not now.
No,
Furiosa killed that.
George Miller is a stubborn.
You know, I'm fine with
shithead.
that, honestly.
I am too. But let's just pretend, even with once again with the sequel, we know George Miller is George Miller. But I think the idea of Gibson having to do at least a more Lethal Weapon, I think that would at least say, okay, at least we got there. Because I think not only does Gibson still have the chops, but I feel like him and Glover one last time to do an old man adventure. We all love a lot of good stories of the guy coming back one last time to do one last mission. I think those.
How old is Glover, though? I forgot to ask.
I'm
Isn't
sure
he
he's
already
pretty
getting
good.
older?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he's pretty
Probably
old at this
60
point.
something. But you gotta remember, he's 60 and he's black, so he probably looks like he's 45. So let's
60?
be
That guy's
real
gotta
here.
be closer to
Have you all
85.
seen Ernie Hudson?
Yeah,
He's
Ernie
like
Hudson looks
70.
great, but he doesn't look like he's 40.
77.
Ernie Hudson's like 70, and he looks like he's.
I think
30.
he's like 80. He looks.
He
great.
looks like he's in his 50s, dude. I wouldn't say he looks like he's
great.
30.
Danny Glover is
He's
77.
He's 77 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dave Glover said
He's too young to be in the
Did I
Rolling
call him Don-
Stones.
I hope I didn't call him Donald Glover. I'm ashamed if I did.
Donald Glover.
Yeah, that's
No, you said Danny, I'm pretty sure.
Did I say Danny? I hope I said Danny.
But
They
Ernie
called him
Hudson-
Roger
Hudson.
Glover. Call him Roger Glover. That's
Yeah, Roger Glover's awesome.
Glover.
He's good.
Glover doesn't have a list. They just need one scene to get next to each other just to make Gary happy. Where freaking Glover blows up from out of a toilet. It'll make Gary happy. It'll be great. And dude, it would be awesome to have that band together because I feel like that would be if we have a Gibson movie that could come back for one last ride at the dance. I'm sure hopefully they would not have Glover divorce his wife because that was the cool dynamic because that he was the one that actually had together, whereas Mel Gibson was the crazy man. And I thought that was the funnest dynamic.
As long as those two been married, there's no way you divorce that late in life. It's like you just ride it till it's dead at that point.
Yeah,
It's
that's
about
true.
outliving the other one then.
It's
I
just
hope-
the only thing that could ruin that, even though a lot of black families, like especially before those movies stopped being made, a lot of them kind of led the way for the nuclear family. So that is like the type of thing you would actually believe in to happen. I just know the only thing that could interfere with that is modernity, and I don't want that modernity. I want to see Glover say, "Hey, look! Oh, look! My kid's got grandkids. Look at this." And he invites Mel Gibson over. Look how grown up everyone is, and Mel Gibson's still crazy.
Well, now we can say I'm getting too old for this shit, and it would be accurate.
Appropriate.
Yeah.
But they definitely need a scene where Mel Gibson's doing like a party trick and dislocates his shoulder like he did before, and then they immediately show him being rushed to the urgent care or the ER.
I think Mel Gibson's best role was as a gynecologist on Saturday Night Live. Do you remember that skit from years ago where it's like
I
Mel
don't.
Gibson gynecologist and the women are lined up around the block for appointments and no one can get in? Back when
Even
that's
though-
Cervix with a smile. That's his
Yeah.
motto.
When SNL was funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, once upon a time. It brings me back to when I made the argument about Clint Eastwood coming back for one last 30 hair, even though he's super, super, super old. It would just be funny to hear him say, I was here half a century ago, and I thought San Francisco was a shithole then, and it's an even bigger shithole now. Do I really gotta do this all over again? Fuck. It would be funny. It would be funny as shit just to see him like, oh, fine, here we go again. I'll as you all couldn't get this shit done while I was gone. I guess I got to take care of San Francisco again. Oh, what? there's actual shit on the ground now. Like you were like, oh, dude, it's the ultimate recipe of great Clint Eastwood dialogue for a modern day Dirty Harry. What the fuck is with these cops over here? Who are these?
You know what? Now he'd be investigating people leaving tire marks on Pride sidewalks.
Man's got to know his limitations.
Oh, beautifully timed, Mark. Beautifully timed. All right, we got Southern Belle for $2. Has anybody seen my Dix Brothers? A lot of us are right here.
Southern
Congrats
Belle.
on 2K. Thank you, Southern Belle. Hopefully you're having a good, solid Wednesday evening. Mr. Daddy Division has to go.
I do.
So I'm gonna
What?
put him up at the front, and sir,
God, he's handsome.
Yeah, whatever. Hi.
hi.
Hey, congratulations, Nick, on 2K, man. That's fan-fucking-tastic.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You got any videos coming out your way? I know you got TNT tomorrow.
I do. I need to finish/start working on my Acolyte episode 4 review, which is probably more going to be talking about how the Access media is even pissed about the pronoun stuff and it needs to go away. It's pretty funny. I mean, there's not a lot to that episode. I could sum it up in like a minute of recap and then move on and talk about something else. That's basically what these reviews turned into at this point. Yeah, it's bad. It really does highlight just how awful the writing is.
Yeah, people are alive.
The CW show.
Are not even born yet.
Yeah, not even born. Not only that, it's like, yeah, I know I murdered 2 Jedi, but I'm good now. They're gonna let me go. I'm not gonna go to prison because of this, because I have info. Yeah,
Oopsies.
it's just like Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, you might have something, but you still murdered 2 people. It's like you're going to pound me on ass prison, lady. Come on, the show is garbage.
Thank you for being here, comics, sir. Have a great rest of the night. Get that video out so we can watch it and tell it all to the world, man. And I'll see you tomorrow evening.
Take care, guys. See you.
See you, buddy.
Take care.
So long. And Brahma needs to be a boomer too, and
oh
he
no,
needs to pull out too.
I just had prior commitments that I wasn't aware that this was even going on until we were in the middle of yelling at parked cars. But yeah, congratulations on 2000.
Thank you.
Me and Brian are still figuring out if we're gonna have a show Saturday night because the Florida Panthers can't close out the freaking Edmonton Oilers.
But you're gonna have the Edmonton Oiler girl on the show?
Yeah, she was an interesting interview.
boobs and boredom. Boobs and boredom.
Yeah. But yeah, the season's almost over for hockey, so that's we're about to head into our Saturday night freedom. So
trades have started.
Saturday Night Freedom. I like the sound of that.
But cheers, everybody. Hope you all have a great night. And yeah, again, congratulations, Nick.
Thanks,
Fantastic.
Brahma. Take care,
Catch
man.
you guys later.
Take care.
Appreciate it.
Later.
I've never said anything as bad as bad. I just need to give him shit for pulling out. Yeah, and maybe Dirty Harry knows he could not clean up San Fran. Maybe that's true.
In these streets.
Yeah. It would be so funny to just see him react at the actual shit on the ground. The fact that things are even worse than he remembers from the earlier movies. It would just be the funniest thing. He's like, wow, I clean shit up and then I leave, and now it's worse than even before. It would just be, you can have a great layer of comedic dialogue just off of that alone.
He'd regret blowing away all those villains. Wish I'd left them alive.
We just saw that Secret Service agent was robbed in California at gunpoint after Joe Biden's event, and I guess he was able to get his gun out and maybe hit the guy. But it's like, you're not even safe if you're a Secret Service agent. It's like, oh God.
Was that in California?
California, yep.
Yeah. Well, look at Oakland. Oakland. I mean, I know it's not a political show, but Oakland is just a disaster. Like a total disaster. The mayor of Oakland is being recalled. She's busy attacking her opponent because he or she doesn't know enough of the names of drag queens. You don't know as many drag queens as I do, and yet the streets are on fire. People getting robbed right.
It looks like Beirut in the early 80s.
Is what's important. Yes. Oh dear.
Oh,
About
dear.
the fall of the Roman Empire. Yep. Anyway.
Oh man, God, the damn Roman Empire. The damn. Yeah. So what? God, what was that movie again? You posted a Sound of Hope. Yeah, Sound of Hope looks damn good. Despicable Me, and I'll probably end up seeing Deadpool and Wolverine for TNT. I think that'll be fun for TNT. Also, people like when I talk about those things, so I'll do it for the people. I'll do it for the people. But other than that, I'm trying to think what other major thing is coming out this year, or even
A few
smaller
good Korean movies coming out soon.
Well, what's a Korean movie that makes you have your pickle?
Movie called Escape coming out in a few days. It's about a guy
Escape.
trying to get out of North Korea. North Korean.
Ooh,
trying
okay.
Trying to defect. Kick-ass action movie, looks really good. There's another one called Hijacking, which is about a real-life hijacking of a South Korean airliner in 1971 by a North Korean who wanted to try and get them to fly to North Korea. So that's also a high-stakes, high-tension movie. So these are kick-ass movies, great actors, great scripts, no bullshit, well worth watching. That's honestly, I know I'm going a lot about Korean stuff, but
No, you're doing that because you believe in it, so that's good.
Superior to vast majority of Hollywood product,
Okay.
and a lot cheaper too. But they don't look cheaper.
Well, I got another cool question we can entertain based off of IPs, and if it could be in a more ideal scenario. Something we would like to see lifted, and I will start with Tom. Tom, what's something that is based off of something you know and love that you would like to see be brought to the screen? It could be any IP, video game, comic, toy series, cartoon, live show. Tom, I want you go freaking gonads levels of deep with this. Ooh. It's a thinker. Do you need me to come back to you?
Yeah.
Red shirt.
Well, this is complete pie in the sky, but I would love to see Steven Spielberg buy all of the rights to Roger Rabbit and finally make a sequel to Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Okay. I can dig.
Nice.
Roger Rabbit. Okay, I can absolutely dig that. All right. Price.
Yes, I'm supposed to say which sequel I want to see.
Well, what's something you would like to see based off of an IP be brought to the big screen in an ideal world? Not so dominated by domestic. It could be any IP of any medium be brought to the silver screen.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Smurfs.
so this should be easy now.
Oh, I got my answer. He-Man.
Ooh,
it's never going to happen.
I feel like they're never going to do justice to that. I don't know. I feel like they can't make it for some reason.
But once again, in an ideal scenario,
you're in charge of it.
Yeah, your Price of Reason is the man. Like
you're the producer, the director.
You are the Sam Raimi. You are the Dick Slapper. I want to know how you're going to go about this.
I mean, I've always liked the Transformers, and honestly, I don't think that any of those movies were very well written.
Okay.
I enjoyed seeing the robots transform, but I don't think anybody's written a really good screenplay to date.
Okay. And what's your opinion on the animated movie from the mid-'80s?
I have mixed feelings about it. I never liked the idea of killing off Optimus Prime. So, I don't love it, but it's all right.
Okay.
It's better than a lot of the crap they make today. And I do give credit that they tried to do something different. Probably for the wrong reasons. They wanted to sell more toys, so they just said, let's just kill all those Transformers that people like. I don't think that was a good strategy, but it was bold at least, I guess.
Okay. Now, Tom, you mentioned He-Man. In the Tom Connors way, would this be one movie? Would this be a trilogy? Like, where does Tom Connors say, all right, we're going all the way in on this
trilogy and a TV series at the same time? Basically, the TV series is a prequel series called Grayskull.
Okay.
And it's about the story of Keldor and King Randor, then Prince Randor.
Is it animated or live action?
No, that could be live action as well. But it's the younger version of Randor and Keldor before he becomes Skeletor. And basically, it's the story of how he became Skeletor and was possessed by the Horde and all that kind of stuff, which then leads into the movies, because then I would start the movies off with the twins being separated and Hordak taking off and that kind of setting up the films from there. And basically, you just do what they did in the 2000 series. Basically, and then the second film is where you introduce She-Ra. So that, you basically, the first film is versus Skeletor, but you don't kill him, obviously. And then the second film, you introduce Hordak and She-Ra. And then the third film is the big battle royale against everybody. Basically, Skeletor teaming up with He-Man to defeat Hordak, and then them having their final battle afterwards, basically.
All right. Awesome. I'm going to go with The Rocketeer. Even though the first movie wrapped up beautifully, nicely as its own one and done, he feels like the type of character who could benefit from more adventures and also benefit from having a rogues gallery of villains, and who also could go on a lot of adventers. Not exactly like a globetrotter, but he needed to be somewhere to take care of a mission, and that could play to his strengths. I would have loved to have seen The Rocketeer done in a trilogy format. I think The Rocketeer would have been very beneficial. You could have kept the same tonality. You could have brought back Jennifer Connelly as well. Oh man, I feel like, and you could make all three movies their own stories each. They don't have to have a greater picture. Just have them be their own one and done stories, but still within the same continuity. I think The Rocketeer would have really benefited from a really.
I do have a reboot that would be
trilogy
relevant to now, I think, and that would be which is sad, because I think this might have been what we were going to get out of Neil Blomkamp, but RoboCop. And you pick it up years and years later, and basically the black guy that was still alive at the end of part 3 from the first 3 films, he is now the head of OCP.
Okay.
And OCP is now a conglomerate of a conglomerate of a conglomerate, all owned by Amazon or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like all been conglomeratized to where OCP isn't even really that much of a bad guy anymore, because they're owned by so much worse companies at that point. But Detroit has gotten as bad as it has.
It's the plucky little company fighting.
Yeah, they're the plucky little company at the bottom now, because Detroit is just because they never got Delta City off the ground and all that shit. But in the midst of a crime wave like we were dealing with, in the recent years with mostly peaceful protests and stuff, they say, you know what?
Yeah.
We've got RoboCop sitting down in storage and cryo freeze. Maybe we should bring him out and give him an upgrade. So I'd call it like RoboCop upgraded or something like that. And it's Peter Weller upgraded as RoboCop.
Murphy.
He's online, literally Wi-Fi and all. And you just kind of play with that idea of a modernized, the same RoboCop. We need this kind of guy now in this kind of era. But it's just, you
can see the jokes that could be put into this. So it could be somebody asking him what his pronouns are.
Exactly.
You're fired!
My pronouns. Oh, wait, I got the thing.
My pronouns are you're under arrest.
That's a great idea. I got one. I have one. I've got one that I'd love to, a movie I've always wanted to see, and it's been in development hell forever. There's a novel by Joe Haldeman called The Forever War. It's a famous science fiction book called The Forever War. I would love to see a great movie of that. It's basically, as the title says, it's got a Starship Troopers edge to it. The war starts with an unknown alien race in the present day, ends because of relativity millions of years in the future. And there are people who survive throughout the whole thing. And so basically it's got a time dilation, time travel element to it, as well as it would have some brutal fight scenes in space and on alien planets. I've loved the book. Always wanted that to be made into a movie. It's I think Scott Free had the rights to it at some point. Warner Brothers might have it now. It's just going nowhere. But that would make, Red Shirt knows it as well. That would make a fantastic movie done properly. it's one of the best books ever written, in my opinion. So, but it's probably never going to happen in my lifetime. So that one I'd love to see.
I've got one.
Considering how Starship Troopers got butchered, I wouldn't expect the Forever War
Well,
to be done.
I appreciate Starship Troopers for what it was. It wasn't the novel, but I appreciate them both. I think I'd prefer to see the novel, a version of the novel made, but the Forever War would make such a good movie.
It would.
It would.
Would it
just
take
got-
forever to make though?
It's taking
Oh.
forever to make.
Yeah.
It's had like 15 different studios on board, and it just goes through development hell. And if it was another one I was to pick, would pick, I've always wanted to see a good movie, epic movie series made of E.E. Doc Smith Lensman series, which is again another seminal science fiction, the first ever space opera.
Lensman?
Basically. Yeah, the Lensman series. It's
yes.
It's basically the novels that created space opera, as they would call it now.
Okay.
Vast, galaxy-wide, sweeping struggle between good and evil, written in the 1930s.
Okay.
It would make such a great set of epic movies or a Game of Thrones style TV show, but it will never happen, I don't think.
Even without the modernity, is it just like too out there that even a good?
I think it would cost too much, and it just wouldn't make enough money. It's science. It's hardcore, classic, old school science fiction from the 30s and 40s.
I mean,
But
you'd be more likely to get one of Heinlein's last novels, Friday, as a movie.
Probably, yeah. The Lensman series would be just so sweet. I actually did a great video about it, and E.E. Doc Smith's grandson commented on it, said he really.
Oh,
liked it.
really?
Yeah.
Hot damn, dude.
So chuffed with that, like.
Nice.
I read
Wow.
those growing up, and they were so formative for me. And I've always wanted to see a movie of them, but it's never going to happen.
Fucking awesome, man.
Yeah, one of the things that's amazing about the Lensman series is when I read it, and I read it quite a few years ago, and I was probably on the third book before I found out that they'd originally been published in the 1930s.
Oh yeah.
They don't have the feel of like, the Flash Gordon stuff. It really read more like a 1960s, like 50s or 60s science fiction story than a 1930s.
Yeah, the language is a bit of a giveaway sometimes, but in
Yes.
terms of the euphemisms or the slang, that gives away the year it's written. But otherwise, you take that out of it, it could have been written 40 years later, as you say. But it's such a sweeping, it's like a galaxy-wide, universe-wide struggle between good and evil. It sound familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
I was very familiar. Mark, did you go or no?
Yeah,
It's
no, I
Mark's
didn't.
turn.
Oh, thank you. Yep. So I got a couple. So of course you guys all know I
take
love
your time.
I love the Micronauts. I just love them to death. And of course the rights are all messed up with. So of course I was in charge. Could produce everything. I'd get the rights to the Marvel created characters, which are Commander Rand and Bug and that version of Akrora that's in the Micronauts and the Princess Marionette, and because right now I think Hasbro owns them, and I think they sold off the movie. Who knows what the heck is going on? But I'd love to do. If anyone has read or hasn't read the Micronauts, the omnibus is out. But go read Micronauts 1 through 12. Phenomenal story. They've got body banks. It's kind of like the Clone War, not the Clone Wars in terms of Star Wars, but they're cloning bodies and some gruesome sci-fi thrown in there around these kids' toys that I still have and collect. But you could do a bang up sci-fi movie if you got the first 12 issues. Originally, the whole series was that story was supposed to be 60 issues, and they compressed it down to 12, which I would have liked the 60, but the first 12 are phenomenal. So I think and that's what messes me up too with her. You've got all these great stories out there, and Hollywood is just not doing them, or they butcher the stories. Like we're gonna get the Thunderbolts, so I'd love the Thunderbolts.
Dude, if they did a comic accurate version, Mark, of that,
Oh,
you and I
man.
would probably we'd have to do 3 reviews on that.
God, I mean, yeah. And if we had Warbird in that outfit, looking like she does in the comics, I mean, hello, hello, nurse. And the other
Yeah.
one is song
Nurse
screaming
who?
Mimi Songbird. My other favorite book as a kid was the Tom Swift novels. I don't know if anyone's read those. Remember those. So he was like a sci-fi inventor.
Yeah.
You know, so he'd invent some great things or build spaceships. And of course, they had a show that I won't talk about that was on the CW. I think they did a Tom Swift show. I think they made him a gay black guy.
Yeah.
And the first scene was Tom Swift was welding without a shirt on to show off his muscles. Like if anyone has ever welded here, you know you don't weld without a shirt on. So the very first scene. But I mean, Tom Swift has so many great adventures. So you could take, any one of those books and you could have a great, if you were actually true to the series, you could do something phenomenal, but it'll never happen. I mean, what a disaster that TV show was. I watched like 1 or 2 episodes. Like that's it. Yeah.
I once tweeted that after the Sci-Fi Channel did the Harry Dresden series for one season, and they canceled it in order to put professional wrestling on the Sci-Fi Channel, which I thought was incredibly
Good
dumb.
choice. Both are fake, of course. So
yeah, but
they're
I mean,
both fiction.
A friend of the author, who is another author, Larry Correa, said something about that series that his friend had written, and I said I would love to see a series of movies made out of the Harry Dresden novels, because with it not being a half an hour or whatever television show, you could actually pretty much make one movie out of each book, and I think there's 16 books in the series.
Woo!
So you would have a franchise that could go on and on and on. And he actually replied to me, he says that would be epic, but it'll never happen.
Wow.
So much good stuff unmade, and yet they keep making this crap now,
Yeah, that's why, I always gotta tread lightly when you say the word Hollywood is ideas, because for all you may have a bunch of talented writers and actors who have good ideas, and they're just not being heard. Because it'd be one thing if you have everyone who works on, let's just say, The Acolyte. We'll just say that because that's easy and it's current. But if everything had the mentality and vision of The Acolyte, then maybe I would say Hollywood's actually ideas. But the thing is, you do see a lot of people in a lot of these bad things who show slivers of promise. They just happen to be surrounded by bad script, bad other casting, bad effects, bad all of the above. So it's the idea that they're not out ideas as a whole. It's just they are being gatekept, which is unfortunate because for all we know, we may be sitting on a Spielberg or a Tarantino or a Roland Emmerich or a Jerry Bruckheimer just because we are just playing it hardcore safe. And that's something I hope that a company like Angel Studios, now luckily they're not in a position where they're as drowned by guys who are in the stock market. I hope they can capitalize on this opportunity and give us all sorts of cool, different movies that could be deep stuff like Sound of Freedom, but also we could get some upbeat stuff down the line as well, whether it's in the vein of a comedy or an action. Just give us those movies and take those risks again, because that is how you build the IPs for the future. I mean, I would love to be in a time where, hey, remember in our late 30s and 50s, and we saw all these new movies pop up out of nowhere? Bro, it'd be freaking badass. My buddy Toy Nagayan says, I would love to see a solo Nick Fury movie based on the Jim Steranko version. Dude.
Wow.
That would be incredible to see. I mean, you could probably even make an argument that Jim Steranko should just play him, because Jim Steranko is like 82 or 83, but he's still super spry. And I hear that apparently he works out like crazy. Apparently he sleeps like 3 hours a night. And I'm just like,
hell, I do that in the afternoon.
Dude, Franco's a freaking machine. Oh yeah, his art's great too. But man, the fact that he's 80 and he does that is just like, bro. Like there are dudes who I knew who are probably in their 50s or 40s, and they're probably having 12-hour naps. Then Jim Strako's coming in, being 80 years old, and he's just like, "Yeah, what's up? What's up? How you all doing?" So we're now 2 hours into the show. Probably got a half hour, 40 minutes more, but this one goes to our chat. 30 plus still in here. Thank you guys for being here. I do appreciate it. This one is to all of you.
Not much of this bottle left.
Oh, he's been hammered. Wow. Yeah. This is to our chat. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers to the chat. Cheers to you, Nick.
Cheers.
Cheers to this fellowship you've built.
Cheers, Nick.
Yep. Cheers.
Congrats. Yep.
Hey, 2000's here, and we're going to get to 3. And then we're going to get to 5K, and 6K, and 8K, and 10K. And then we're going all around the
A million K.
A million K. You're going to get to a KKK. Wait a minute. No, I can't.
Yeah, Nick. Nick's a real name. Kind of guy you can drink a beer with. Kind of guy who doesn't mind if you puke in his car. Nick.
I made my subscriber numbers about the Howard Dean speech.
I got another clip from Goon for you.
Slide it in. Oh, it's Stifler.
When it gets down to the marrow and it's you and me, kid, I will lay you the fuck out.
Will you, though?
Yes, he will.
Okay.
Goon. Great movie.
Yeah, I guess we gotta watch Goon then.
Goon, yeah, one of the best sports movies ever made. It's not. It's like next to it's hockey. It's about hockey. So Goon, William, what's his name? Scott there.
Why are so many badass movies hockey movies? What?
I might have actually found a toxic movie that stars girls.
Go on then. Come on. Is it a porn movie?
I'm listening, Tom. Talk to us. Popcorn.
Little Darlings from 1980.
Oh,
right. I'm zooming in on you.
Adam O'Neill and Christy McNichol. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, two girls in a race to lose their virginity over the summer at summer camp.
I remember that.
Wow, they actually are toxic ladies.
That could have been a canon. It's not a canon, but it could
in
have
the
been.
movie. Yeah. Sorry, what'd you say, Brian?
It could have been a canon. It's not, but it could.
If it was a canon movie, it'd have 30-year-olds playing teenagers and lots of tits.
I've never seen that movie. Is it any good?
I've seen it once. But
It's surprisingly pretty good. It actually is held up pretty well. It's the first time I've seen it since I was a kid. But yeah, it's actually from Paramount, directed by Ronald F. Maxwell, who directed like Gettysburg and a bunch of other stuff that's totally not anything like this. But it's written by Daleen Young, who wrote The Babysitter Club, I guess.
So, do you think it's more toxic than Caged Heat?
That might have the edge. I don't know.
I'm just thinking of women's prison movies. That's off the top of my head.
Then again, Caged Heat might not be as toxic because it is about liberation of women.
That's
after all,
true. That is true. Liberation through sex with each other and killing guards. Yes. Nick, you're muted, mate.
Switchblade Sister says toy. That's all I said. Look at yeah. Sounds like fucking scissor is what that sounds like.
Yeah. Has there ever been a more appropriately named group than the Scissor Sisters?
Holy!
I can't remember any of their hits, but they had a few, I'm sure. Come on, Tom. You've mentioned that movie. Come on, think of another one. Think of another one.
Fuck.
Another toxic woman.
When I hear that title, well, there's still a lot of the Clint Eastwood westerns we have yet to cover. That's going to be a big thing to do. We have a lot of that to cover. A whole lot of Eastwood.
Heathers might be another one that falls into that category.
Which one?
Heathers.
Heathers. Ooh.
Yeah.
Go on. Heathers. I've not seen Heathers.
I've watched it once many years ago, and I was kind of puzzled by it. Like I
It's
didn't
kind
know.
of an emo movie about kids obsessed with killing and stuff like
Right.
that.
I
Isn't there a
didn't.
lot of bullying in it? And
Didn't it have a Christian Slater in it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I
So
think
he's
that
a
was the
woman.
only thing I liked about that movie.
Okay.
trying to think of others. That's a great category, Tom. Toxic movies starring women.
I'm sure Mean
Mad-
Girls probably fall into that category too. But
Mean
Yeah.
Girls.
I had to rewatch the original Mean Girls because I only saw it once and I didn't hate it, but I didn't really necessarily love it either. But maybe it's just something I really wasn't paying attention to at the time. But maybe definitely now with a lot more wisdom to my movie watching, maybe I could see the toxicity in it. Do you
I
see
was
that
forced
as
to
that type of
watch-
movie?
I was forced to watch Mean Girls once, so I've seen the original.
I actually went to high school with Mean Girls.
Hold on, 2004
Yeah,
is
me
not
too.
the original.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some others. There's got to be others.
So what year is the original Mean Girls?
it's the anniversary this year, I believe.
Like
So
2005
20 years
or-
ago, yeah.
Also, okay, I thought there was one before that. I'm
No,
sorry.
No, there's
I
one that just came out
2004.
here recently that's like a reboot or whatever. But yeah, the original one just came out again.
Okay, I know. I've
Nice.
been.
It's a movie for little girls, I guess.
It's PG-13.
Yeah, I was gonna,
Movie for
that might be
teenage
up for
girls.
debate.
See,
There's
that's
one
the thing is
thing
they used to be able to make movies like that, and men and boys could actually enjoy them. There's still things about them you can enjoy. Like I went into
Yeah.
Clueless with my cousin as a joke, and we ended up walking out enjoying the fucking movie. It was like that was a hell of a lot better than it had any fucking right to be. So that's another
I
kind
think Clueless. I think that I may have liked Clueless more than Mean Girls. Mean Girls is already getting like.
I can see that.
I thought
Could you
Clueless had a little bit of charm to it, a little bit of humor there.
Could you
Yeah.
consider Gone Girl being a toxic movie starring a woman?
Yeah.
She's
Oh,
pretty toxic.
You
She's
know what?
pretty
You know
fucking
what?
toxic.
Clueless.
I
Mommy
love.
Dearest, if you're gonna go that route.
Well, Mommy Dearest, that's true.
You know why Clueless works, Tom? It has that kind of thing where she's kind of like not dumb, but the way she acts is like she doesn't realize that she's kind of like a spoiled dum-dum, and then she kind of realizes that she is. So everybody's in on this joke with her, and it's kind of funny in its own way. Kind of
She's
like
also
Legally
not
Blonde.
exactly a mean girl either. That's the other thing. She has
Right.
friends that are mean girls,
Right,
but she's not the mean girl. Yeah.
she's not mean. She's just kind of like stuck in that kind of life of like these kind of very snooty, rich, whatever. And she's acting dumb to the audience, but over time she changes, and you laugh at her, but then you kind of like her too. It's also like with Legally Blonde. She acts kind of ditzy, but you kind of like her and are rooting for her. I think that those movies have more of that effect. Where Mean Girls, I don't know, it has more of that kind of. I don't know. It's more.
Well, that's
It
where the
feels.
toxicity comes in with Mean Girls. It is more of a toxic film.
Intolerable Cruelty is another one like Mean Girls that springs to mind.
Oh yeah, that's all.
Yes.
That's what I
sounds
really
like
remember.
a toxic title.
That's
when
pretty
you hear that
toxic, and that's
name.
women.
Holy
I
damn!
thought that movie was dumb.
It is dumb, but it's still toxic. Hey, what's wrong with dumb, Bryce?
No, nothing's wrong with dumb. Nothing's wrong with dumb. I
We're
mean,
dumb and retarded, but we still got to be toxic.
Yeah.
JT Kirk for $2
Oh.
says Mean Girls was made for me as an 18-year-old guy. Okay, well,
Yeah.
it
Cruel
happens.
And of
Intentions.
course, there's always like single white female, and what's the other one with?
Harry.
Thank you for $2, JT Kirk. Appreciate that, man.
Cruel Intentions.
No, the one I'm trying to think of is with the rabbit and
Donnie Darko.
Oh, Donnie Darko.
No, Glenn Close, where she cooks the dude's rabbit.
Fatal Attraction.
Fatal Attraction.
Fatal
Thank you.
Oh, I just got a text from Matt. He's
will
definitely
not
has to be
be
on that.
known.
He has to be on that version of Toxic Tuesday whenever we do that. The Femme Fatales. Yeah. He wants to be there.
An older one, but whatever happened to Baby Jane? That's two very toxic lead females in that
It's
one.
not something I'd say we should do very often, like once a quarter, maybe.
Yeah.
And then maybe you could even get some girls involved on that night, maybe.
Do we know? Does anybody here know any girls?
Fatal Attraction actually, Fatal Attraction scared men at the time.
I do gotta get back to Carol Lynn
Southern
about
Belle.
playing the right toxic flick for her, and I do want to get X-Ray Girl back on. Except I want to get her back on with Tugs, so we can do the Poor Choices teaming up with Toxic Tuesday.
Well, what Beverly Hills Cop movies do we have left to do? Because you guys do know that we're just over a week and a half. We're only a week and a half away from the new one, right?
Yeah,
Really? They're going to just dump it on Netflix?
Yep, July 3rd.
Kind of anticlimactic.
We got double impact next week.
I'm going to Kill Bill as well, Brian,
Kill
but I'm
Bill.
hoping that Nick holds off on that until the 4K comes out.
Well,
Because Nick has this fucking habit of he does a movie and it always ends up being a movie I don't actually have on Blu-ray. And then they'll suddenly drop a 4K of it 2-3 months after he does a show on it.
Do you think that means he's got a camera in your room there?
No, it's just it's mostly coincidence, and it's not every movie. Or I would say, yeah, there's something up with that.
There's something up with that.
I just finally saw Invasion USA because it's been out of print.
I love,
and I got the 4K. So
What
yeah,
a movie! What a movie!
I love.
That's the movie that almost killed me.
Lines in it, maybe.
Best Christmas movie ever.
What'd you say, Mark?
That's the movie that almost killed me. That's the one where my good buddy, his girlfriend, dared me to drink a fifth of vodka, and I drank the fifth of vodka. No, don't out there. Don't ever chug vodka.
Oh, I thought you did a drinking game like every time fucking Chuck
No,
Norris.
I chugged.
Dude,
I
yeah,
chugged
you
the
were
whole
dead
bottle
by the end of the movie, man.
I almost was. I lost like 30 pounds that night, and I'm like, I remember the mall scene. That was the last thing I remember. I'm like, guys, who's spinning? And I don't think I'd ever been drunk before either. So it was not a good introduction. I'm like, stop spinning the room. Who's spinning the
That's
room?
the first time that ever happens to you. That's the most. What the fuck is going on here?
What's going on? So hours later, yeah, I should have been in the hospital.
I helped a friend get drunk for his first time ever, and his dad the very next morning. Best morning ever. Best morning ever.
Well, let's just say when I watched Invasion USA, we had there's a Mark D rice patty, memorial rice patty out in my friend Vinny's backyard from the Chinese dinner we had that night. So I always sorry, but yeah, it was one of those now you can laugh at, but yeah, it was not a good scene that night. So I finally did watch Invasion USA when we did Toxic Tuesday because I said I'm never watching that movie. It almost killed me.
You know, Dustin hit on a great thing here. You said Nick's like to do movies you can't find. That's true. And this is once again another thing that makes Toxic Tuesday work as well as it does. We take that risk. We go for those movies because, yes, normally by default, when people see something that they recognize, they're going to flock to it a little bit more. That's just how editing. That's not exclusive to YouTube. It can be applied to anything and everywhere. When people see something they recognize, they're going to watch it because they know and they recognize it. The fact that we can do any oddball movie like a Showdown in Little Tokyo, like a Kickboxer, like a Black Rain with Michael Douglas. We can do all the most weirdest oddball bunch of movies, and we still have anywhere between 50 to 70 watching.
Hell, you did White Lightning.
Yeah.
Reynolds. I mean, who knows that movie other than us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, we did White Lightning from Burt Reynolds.
I was very impressed with you when you did that one.
I love that we can do it, and we know that.
And I missed that week.
It shows you when people tune in for the most obscure movies that A, they love the Toxic Tuesday show boys, but B, they're also that educated because that's like the deep dive of the deep dive. These are people who they all know how to go all the way in deep with us, and we take them all with us. Creed won't take them higher, but we'll take them even deeper.
So, Nick, you've been doing this for what, 4 or 5 years now? I mean, I've been
4 years
watching you. I've been watching you most of that time. What do you still feel the same passion for doing what you're doing?
Yes. I love doing what I do here. I love that I can do Toxic Tuesday with. We pretty much got the majority of the Toxic Tuesday panel here. It's great. I love this, and of course, we got the comic shop show, which will be renamed starting this Friday night as Klobby's Comic Shop, which is now formerly now known as the Comic Shop Talk. So I love it. Between that and the videos, and I actually record my video, which will be out tomorrow morning, right before the stream. That'll be on in the morning. I love what I do here with 2K subs and the fact that I aim to go even higher than Creed ever got higher.
What would you like to do more of if you had the chance? Because I often think about that.
I've got a lot out of my system with movies, and I love that. I've got a lot of my system with comics. Love that. Two things. I want to do more pizza, but the problem is that takes a lot of travel and money.
I'm to New Haven.
That's man.
There's no pizza in Connecticut. Jesus Christ.
Oh, them is fighting words.
I believe Mark on that. Mark and
There's
I
no
will
hockey
fight
in
till
New
death
York.
on his weird clamshells. But as far as quality New Haven, I'm gonna believe Mark on that.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I mean, I understand. Yeah, we'd love to joke about the clam pizza, but the regular pizza is just phenomenal too. So it's you just had nothing like it. Not to say I don't like all different types of pizzas.
You're going to have to prove it to us, so we'll have to visit
All right,
you,
well,
and you have to prove it.
God, you better come here.
Well, Orange is also in Connecticut. So yeah, I like to do I definitely like to cover the pizza stuff. I know, and this is pretty much a year heads up. I will be doing something with Wes from Thinking Critical and the guys from his Comics Aficionados. We're gonna try to do like a fast food aficionados weekend. It's whenever Dallas Fan Expo is in 2025, we're gonna do that then. So we've already got it planned out because Wes, a lot of people don't know Wes. He lives in the Philippines. He's not in America. He's in the Philippines, so he's already said he's got everything clear to come to America next summer, and we're gonna make sure we eat a lot of food. So I'm like, dude, we got some pizzerias we gotta hit. So I know at least by a point I'll be in Texas by then. By chance, I can actually do something as far as recording for videos with pizza. And that's something I'd like to do. Pizza and Five Pico mentioned earlier. I'd like to do some One Piece stuff because I'm finally reading some manga in my life, and I'm really enjoying One Piece. First 5 books are absolutely stellar, and I can't wait to read book 6. I can't wait. And of course, I would definitely like to try to clamp up on some metal. I do plan on doing a best of 2024 albums. I will for sure do that before the end of the year. And I would definitely like to try to get some guys on who I'd like to talk to. Of course, some days I probably have you on so we can make the 3 dudes 1 show. It'd be great. So I would definitely like to.
Would it be huge though? Would it be huge?
Oh, we'll make it huge. I mean, guys like us, it don't take much for us to make it huge.
I told you I had my Judas Priest tickets for later in the year.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Anyone that's going to Billings, Montana to see Judas Priest, I'll see you there.
Sumo Orange saw them for his first show ever.
First ever? Oh, what a great show.
A few weeks ago in Connecticut. So, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well played.
And, yeah, Dave Portnoy is pretty much an inspiration. I saw Dustin posted in the comments about pizza. Yeah, I do see Dave Portnoy as a influence as far as how I envision the model of rating pizza. That is definitely, I feel like, the most ideal model I've seen. Now, I don't always agree with Dave's scores, but his arguments are really good as far as
his
what he
methodology.
likes
It works.
I think he's only had one absolutely terrible argument that I think was awful. That was when he did the Motor City frozen pizza. He was absolutely wrong about it, and it's absolutely fantastic. And it's not my fault. Dave got that one pizza horrifically wrong. It is so damn good.
Well, frozen pizza isn't the same as when he goes to the place, so maybe he's not as good as judging frozen pizza.
But he is good. To his defense, he is good because I've seen him rate some pretty high scores for some frozen pizzas. Motor City should have been one. If you even go through the comments on that one, a lot of people are like, no, Dave, sorry, you got this one wrong. His own listeners, they knew.
A lot of times he gets them right though. He has a he does pretty okay with those reviews, I think.
He had Steve Austin on for a review. He had Tucker Carlson on for a review. He had Hawkeye. He had John Hamm for reviewing pizza.
Was that ham pizza? Ham and pineapple, perhaps? That would have been the perfect joke. I mean,
No, and that would have been. No, regardless of people's feelings on Tucker Carlson, I was very shocked that Tucker Carlson actually had a really deep taste for pizza. He actually understands the art form of it and everything. And listening to Tucker talk,
And he went to school in Hartford and Connecticut too. I got to add. So.
Oh, did he? I said
he went to the same school as my son. Yeah, Trinity College in Hartford. Yep. So we got good pizzas.
See, it surprised me, Mark. They've not only got pizza, but they've got schools in Connecticut.
They got schools too. I are a good reader.
I are a good reader. I sure read good. Maybe, yeah, that's a southern accent. I know.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to think of what was I thinking of now. No, I lost my train of thought. And Sumo Orange gives a Naruto. He says, "No joke, Armored Saint live blew me away." Well, how could they not? I mean, John Bush is a great singer, and I love him much better with Armored Saint than I do with him and Anthrax. Sorry, John, you're great in Armored Saint, but as far as Anthrax is concerned, it's all Joey Belladonna. But
I have a confession, Nick.
I have
a confession. I like Anthrax, but I really my favorite song of theirs is actually not with Joey Belladonna. I like Only, and that has Jeff Bush or John Bush. John Bush or whatever his name is. I actually really like that song Only. It's probably my favorite Anthrax song, and I know that's a terrible thing to say because everybody likes like Indians or whatever it is that you want, but I really like. I don't know. It sounds more badass.
Anthrax is poison, and Metal Health will drive you mad.
No. Okay, here's why your take is terrible, but it's also not terrible. Because at least you chose a song from the best Bush album. As far as Anthrax and
The Sound of White Noise. The Sound of White Noise is the
Bush
only
album.
acceptable one with Bush, and within that album, Only is probably the best song.
No, I don't feel that way about that song, but I'd say Room for One More is a drastically better song. Room for One More, I think, is way better. I mean,
I have to re-listen to it. I haven't heard that album in a while.
Listen to it tonight or tomorrow morning. Put on Sound of White Noise. Room for One More is a jam. It's seriously like that is John Bush and Anthrax at his peak. But for me, when I think of Belladonna outside of Indians, no, you gotta look for like the Otter Cuts. You gotta look at like NFL. You also gotta look at Medusa. You also gotta look at Belly of the Beast. You gotta look at Blood. Keep It in the Family. The song that was on freaking Married with Children. No, sorry, that was In My World. That was on Married with Children. Dude, that Married with Children episode, still one of the funniest things. Do you guys remember that Anthrax episode on Married with Children? Okay, so basically what happens is Al and Peggy go on vacation, and if I remember right, they live in Chicago in the show, or in the suburbs of Chicago. I can't remember which one. But they go on vacation, and the kids are stuck at home, and like, oh, what do kids that age do? They want to party. And so they're like, okay, we're going to bring this band to play while we party. And well, it snowed so hard that their party basically got canceled because no one wanted to come out through the snow. The only people who showed up was Anthrax themselves. And so obviously all the Anthrax guys arrive, they show up, and they're just like, oh, so what's going on here? Like, are we playing to people? And they're kind of like bummed about it. Like, oh, this is just going to be a dragful day. We're stuck in this house. People we don't know, until they hear about the special brownies in the kitchen. And they all go running to the fridge. And they all go right into the fridge. I remember Scott Ian takes that first bite. and you see his eyes transcend to another place, and also like before you know it, they start playing their instruments as Anthrax, and what's her face? Kelly, and what's the son's name again?
Bud.
Bud. Kelly and Bud
Bud,
start destroying their own house, which actually I don't know if that was done purposely for the show or if that was done as a nod to the fact that in Anthrax in real life did a sweepstakes back at time when sweepstakes were a thing, where Anthrax came over to destroy your house. That was an actual contest. Have Anthrax come over to destroy your house. There's videos of it. I'm sure it's on like you ought to probably dig deep for it on YouTube, but it was a thing once upon a time. Have Anthrax come over and destroy your place. And that definitely would have not flown in the last 20 years. But it's funny to think once upon a time you could just do that and get away with it.
And people would be happy with it. They would celebrate it. Look at this damage. That was Anthrax. I'm not fixing that ever.
Dude,
leave it. No, don't touch it.
Look
Leave
at
it.
this damaged sink. I can't wash my dishes for at least
Look at
another
this
week. until the
toilet.
guy
It's been
comes in and
exploded.
fixes it. They really rolled with that shit. Like, I can't.
I still think botulism is a better disease than anthrax, but that's just me. I don't think there was ever a band called Botulism, though. I've looked and I can't find one. So.
No, but seriously, Price, and if you haven't, listen to Bush and Armored Saint. He's
Just
way
get into the bush. That's what he's saying.
He's way better in Saint than he was in Anthrax.
That's possible. I think that I've heard some of that, but it's not something that I've heard a lot.
Good. Well, consider yourself being divergenized when it comes to Armored Saint. Trust me, it's gonna be huge, and you're gonna feel mighty good.
I
about
think
it.
I surprised you that I even knew anything about Anthrax at all. You thought I listened to like classical music or something.
Oh, I don't know what you listen to. I know you're just really well versed in movies. I don't know what the Price of Reason knows. I really no, seriously, I don't. Oh, was that yes? Okay. Hold on, bear with me. Eating popcorn.
To be or not to be? Not to be.
So yeah, next week.
While you were eating, I just thought I'd play that.
Thank you.
Come on, Nick. Let's
come on, Nick.
Don't die on your 2000K
Let's
stream.
choke
Come
out.
on.
Next week,
Don't do
double
it, George
impact.
Bush, who almost died on the
July.
popcorn. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be George.
Stop
Bush.
choking that
Ew,
chicken.
Gross. The week after Double Impact, we're doing freaking Independence Day, so we're gonna do it. And then after that, I don't know if the week after that or immediately after Independence Day, we'll do our summer break. Wish and that's something Mark and I gotta have a conversation.
Yeah,
about.
I didn't get back to that, but yep.
But when you do, you let me know if we should take it off immediately after that or the week following. We could take a break after that for our usual summer break and then come back in longer, harder, and stronger. And I told 70s and Red Shirt, which don't say anything. This is the NDA of NDAs of people I'm talking to. So I hope we can.
It's more of an NWA than an NDA, I think.
Oh, Dustin, I think it's hard to say. I mean, I heard the one song I thought was okay. I thought it was fine. I wouldn't say it was anything to write home about, but I had to hear it more. I don't think it'll be a disappointment. I think it's either gonna be killer or it's gonna be fine. So that would be my answer as far as the Black Dahlia Murder are concerned. I don't think what other ones are gonna come. I'm trying to think for the. I know shows. Obviously KK's Priest and Accept. Man, I've never seen Accept, so that's a huge one for me. And I still haven't sadly seen Priest. I know I suck. I'll admit it.
Well,
but,
join me in Billings, Montana.
dude,
I have a ticket. for
I
you.
wish I could. Oh, I hate saying that. I won't be able to go. And TZ, TZ. And TZ for a 10. Direct donation says, Nick, to the next level beyond. You're so fun to hang out with. Here is to proper Chicago pizza. Thank you, TZ. And thank you for the 10, sir. I do appreciate that. And I hope you're having an exquisite Wednesday night. And see, Sumo Orange, he knows. He's going to be seeing the accepting and the priesting in the Septembers like me. Like me.
Right.
So, Mark, since you seem to be very, when it comes to toppings on pizza, very accepting.
Yes.
You're all, I guess, as far as this panel go, you're probably the pride flag of pizza toppings.
Very diverse, yeah. I don't.
What?
But I do not cut my pizza with scissors, though. There's no scissoring on my pizza.
Oh, you're wasting your time
Well,
then.
I feel like scissoring your pizza would be far better than your weird.
Sure, I've got a
What's
clip
this
for that.
savage thing about using scissors on pizza?
Cobra. Remember Cobra?
I'm pretty sure
Cobra.
I've got that clip.
Cobra.
Yeah, when he cuts the pizza with the scissors.
Come on, I've got that.
That's what a pizza cutter's for.
Yeah, of course I have a Star Trek pizza cutter, but yeah, I'm pretty liberal with my toppings. Although I'm extremely conservative in real life as politics go. But yeah, I mean, I'm ready, willing, and able to try things. One thing that's real popular around here in the Stamford, Connecticut area was hot oil pizza. So it started Colony Pizza, and it's a bar. So it's like basically a bar pizza, easy and fast to make for drunk patrons. And it's you can put pepperoni on it, but it's really got this hot oil on it. It's a thin pizza, but not super thin, and it really hits the spot with beer. So now they've opened up franchises, and there's another place that kind of copied them. So I don't know if you ever had hot oil pizza, but it's Colony Pizza is pretty
No, but
famous.
I've
I
had hot oil
Portnoy's been
rubbed
there.
to me a few times.
Yeah.
So has that got clams on it though? Hot oil and
No,
clams.
so they do actually serve a clam pizza at that place there, but nothing beats the either Sally's or Modern or Pepe's clam. But their other pizza, their sauce. If you just have a cheese pizza, Pepe's or Sally's, it'll be like the best just plain cheese pizza, which is, I know Nick has said that before. That's the mark of a truly great pizza when it's just the cheese and the sauce, and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe how good.
No
this is.
crust, just the cheese and the sauce.
Well, I mean,
I couldn't play the original music of this because it'll get you claimed.
This is a composition by that 70s rock band. It's got the eggs here too, right?
This isn't the original soundtrack.
Yeah, you don't want to make your breakfast with your gun in your shorts. You might shoot your dick off. You know what I mean?
Here it is.
So you gotta take the
There you go.
scissors
Cuts
and
it
cut
up.
up the pizza for no good fucking reason.
And it just takes one little bit as well.
It
What a
looks
whim.
stupid, but at least I'm progressive because there's scissoring in this movie. And then I eat a piece of the pizza, and I watch the Cannon Film Club at like 4 p.m. You know what I mean? How's my 80s Sly?
You're so good.
Mark, what is the worst topping to put on pizza? You
I
gotta
think
have
it's
at
Worst
least
topping. The
Huh?
worst topping. Oh, the worst topping. What would
Gotta
be
have at least one
asparagus?
aioli.
Asparagus.
It
F
sucks.
asparagus on the pizza.
More
Yeah.
Who puts asparagus on a pizza? That's
about-
un-American.
I think cardboard is very
Californians.
Ah,
good. Californians, yeah.
Or how about salad pizza? Some of these places I've been to have a salad pizza. It's like just order the effing salad
not a
separately and
pizza.
then heck of the
Okay.
cheese pizza. Like
I'm
salad
not-
pizza.
I'm not sorry, but when they say sub pizza, it's not a pizza. And I'm not saying it because of me liking it or not even liking it. That is honestly neither here nor there. And here's why. because in order to have a pizza, you have to have the minimum 3 ingredients: bread, pizza sauce, cheese. Salad pizza takes one of those variables out of the equation. Not a pizza. Straight up. Now, as much as I hate clamshells on pizza, if it's with cheese, if it's with pizza sauce, it's with bread, I'll call that shitty pizza, but it's still a pizza.
I once had pizza with chocolate on it, and it was terrible.
You mixed chocolate sauce with pizza sauce?
Somebody put chocolate on a pizza.
Like a dessert pizza kind of thing?
No, it was a pizza, and they put chocolate on it. And I thought
Maybe
that
if they
was
added
awful.
peanut butter to it, it might have
It
been
was
acceptable. But
awful.
Wait, it
butter
had
might
tomato
work.
sauce and chocolate?
Yes.
Oh,
It was
that's
awful.
awful.
Now,
Oh boy.
peanut butter or satay type, or something satay sauce on a pizza might have worked. Yeah. Satay.
Okay, well, 70s. What's the most blasphemous pizza topping for you?
Well, that would be it. The chocolate. I mean, it was awful. And I've had a few. You get people to try to put like, well, I'm going to have Indian pizza, so I'll have butter chicken or chicken tikka masala on it or whatever. It just doesn't work.
No,
don't do it.
Don't.
But
do
I
it.
do love anchovies. They are the greatest thing on pizza
Really?
ever.
I don't know
Anchovies
about
What's
that.
good about the
raw.
anchovies? Because then
Anchovies.
you, when you order the anchovy pie, no one wants a slice, so you get the whole damn pie to
I
yourself.
get the whole thing, and it's salty and it's good.
They're a bit too fishy for me, those anchovies.
Like the salt.
Oh, fishy.
Not as fishy as clam.
I can't wait till we'll try the clam pizza and you'll love it. We got to
No, I
live
won't-
stream that.
I won't love
We
it.
got to live stream that.
I might as well have squid pizza then, or octopus pizza or something.
Thank you,
Clam
Rico.
and squid sounds better than the anchovy. The anchovy is just, it has such a harsh taste.
Oh,
All right,
great.
well,
Salty.
price. What is the price of reason when you're saying
Don't get pineapple on your pizza. It's a scientific fact that pineapple goes bad the moment you put it on pizza. And so does the pizza, baby. So please don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me.
that was beautiful, Tom?
Sorry.
Thank you, Tom.
No, don't you fucking apologize. That was good. Now own that shit.
What was your question, Nick? I feel like there was a question in there somewhere.
What is your most blasphemous topic? And I agree with Best West, by the way.
I'll tell you, I think my most blasphemous is probably pineapple. I don't eat it all. I don't eat it all the time. It's not a regular topping, but maybe once every few months, I kind of say to myself, "Oh, I kind of feel like eating a slice with pineapple." It's a very rare occasion, but it could happen.
No, it sounds like you have actually tried it from experience.
Pineapple?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I've had it like, once in a while. I have like a slice with pineapple, but it's rare. Like it's on very rare occasions.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more apathetic when it comes to pineapple. I don't see what the hype is, but at the same time, I don't see what the danger of it is either. I'm in this like perfectly don't give a rat's ass in the middle about it. Like, when I see the Hillary Clinton quote of "better together" when used about pineapple and pizza, I'm like, yeah, that's actually true, but that's not a compliment because you're saying that pineapple needs to be on pizza in order to be bearable. So
No,
that's
for
not
me,
that doesn't make pineapple's argument good. You're just saying
No.
now you're making it passable. Not you literally, but I'm just saying figuratively.
No, I understand. I would say that my default is I like it like a regular pizza. Once in a while, maybe if it's like a chicken parm on a pizza, I kind of like that. On rare occasions, maybe I'll have like a slice with pineapple, but it's kind of just something because it's an anomaly. It's not something it's not the default.
Okay. Well then, Red Shirt, what is the most evil thing that Mark UC puts on his food that you hate as far as pizza?
Well, besides his anchovies, I'd have to say goat cheese.
Oh,
That's kind of weird. on
No,
pizza.
anything to do with goats is perverted. Sheep, okay. Perverted.
That was good stuff, Mage.
Goat,
I do like
goat
ricotta
cheese.
cheese
Is
on.
yeah, goat cheese is something I cannot stand. Never had a goat cheese that
Just
I
somewhere there's a
considered
goat
edible.
saying, "I can't stand pizza with just another red shirt on it."
Yeah, sure there is.
All right, Tom. What is evil when it comes to pizza?
I think my song said it all. Boy, I mean, pineapple on pizza is sad. We already got tomatoes that are fruit pretending to be veggies. You don't need no more fruit on your pizza. If you want fruit on your pizza, then you have a fruit pizza.
I agree.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's just all there
Pineapple,
is
though,
to
it brings a kind of interesting taste. It's sort of
Oh, I forgot.
it does bring like an interesting flavor to it.
It's not
one that I
just the
would.
pineapple, though. I'm not a fan of Canadian bacon either.
Ooh,
I think
yeah, I'm
it's
not wild about
fucking
Canadian
nasty.
bacon. I'm
You-
with
you don't
And
have
it
to
does
put
weird
Canadian-
shit to the cheese. So does the fucking pineapple.
It's like ham. It's really Canadian bacon is ham.
It's baby
Pretty
ham.
much, right?
It's like
Right?
Quirdo ham. It's like just call
Well,
it ham.
You don't have to put the ham and the pineapple. You could just put the pineapple.
I guess, but I don't know. To me, I'm a pretty basic guy when it comes to pizza. I'll try just about anything. The only thing I really don't like is like big chunky onions or I'm sure I would not be I haven't tried it, so I can't say I wouldn't like it, but I doubt I'd be a fan of anchovies.
I
'Cause don't
once
like-
knew a guy that ate.
pretty horrifying.
No,
I
they're
once knew a
fantastic.
guy
You'll
that
actually,
ate.
you'll actually feel like a whore for trying it.
I once knew a guy that put tuna and corn on his pizza, and until this day, I kind of am rattled by that.
Now I did some weird shit back in the day because Ninja Turtles was a thing, and we tried some weird shit. But like, yeah, now there's only no. I'm kind of like Nick when it comes to pizza. I mean, it's got to be pure and beautiful and right. And if it's shit pizza, then it's like you've ruined a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Usually, if it's good, then like the plain or Sicilian or grandma style pizzas will deliver. Even adding
always
toppings,
about
it's
the
nice,
locals,
but
man.
what?
It's always about the locals. But go on.
Sometimes simplicity is best. You're not wrong, Price. Like, especially like I go to this one place downtown that does very authentic New York style pizza because this guy's from fucking Jersey and shit.
Joyzy.
And he does a great job with it. And sometimes I just get the slice of the cheese.
Yep.
Well,
It's just
I
so
live in-
simplistic and beautiful. Yeah.
I live in Jersey, so in the area that I'm in, I really have a lot of variety and options.
Well, there
when
you
it
go.
comes
So
to
you got the
eating.
real thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I got pretty good Italian
Mm.
food in my area in general.
The thing that's overlooked a lot is the dough, the quality of the dough. So the really good pizza makers just spend so much time on their dough and the yeast and prepping it and their secret recipes and
It's important.
you can really tell. I mean, as much as the toppings and the sauce are important, unless you've got that good pizza dough crust, I mean, that pizza ain't going anywhere. You got to have that foundation, that base to build upon, and you can taste the really good dough when you go to some of these mom and pop places or the Pepe's and Sally's, this New Haven pizza. As much as Domino's is like a cheap, great pizza at night if you're a college drunk student or if you just want something quick, you just can tell like a Pizza Hut or any of these big chains compared to some of the these homemade places where they really care about their dough that they make. I mean, there's a little local mom and pop place in town. I mean, the guy goes crazy working on the dough, talking about how he refines it and keeps working to make it better, and you can just tell how good it is. And you just that first bite, it's like, wow, this is good stuff.
Yeah. There's believe it or not, there is an authentic Neapolitan pizza restaurant in Waco, Texas.
Oh, I believe it.
I know the one you're talking about.
Fire oven. Wood fire oven?
Moroso's.
I think I know that one. Yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's a chef
I've been
owner.
there.
He built the restaurant around a wood-fired brick pizza oven,
Mm-hmm.
and you could sit at the bar and watch the guy cook the pizzas.
Yeah, I've been
and
there.
they have all of their
Awesome.
doughs all set out on the side of the prepped counter, And Mrs. Redshirt asked him one night, "Can I buy a couple of pizza doughs from you?" And he's like, "This is the owner," and he's like, "Well, what would you do with it?" And she said, "Well, first we'd put our pizza stone in the oven at 500 degrees for about an hour before I even started trying to make a pizza." He says, "Yep, you know how to cook a pizza. Here, I'll give you 2 of them." We took them home in a takeout box, and we had some of the best homemade pizza we've ever had. So yeah, the dough makes a huge difference.
Oh, it does. No, this is the part that I don't get about. So I was like, okay, so if someone likes the pineapple and they use it's got the sweeter argument. Okay, I can understand the sweeter argument. Well, if you want sweeter, just get a Neapolitan. It does the sweeter, and it tastes way better. And it also fits within the flavors of the ingredients so much more. The Neapolitan. Now, obviously, probably the one flaw with Neapolitan, and this is a minor thing, unless you're someone who really, really hates Neapolitan. Neapolitan, you're not going to find a lot of differentiation. A lot of them are really similar to each other. Like, also in some cases, even almost straight up identical. But it is good, and it's like if you like sweeter, just get a Neapolitan. And on top of it, it's gonna be quick. That's the one advantage you have with a lot of the Neapolitans. They're almost exclusively in the wood fire brick ovens, so you're getting a pizza ready in less than 10 minutes. So you have that upper hand. Utilize that shit to your advantage. Straight up, man. Now as far as other than that, as for evil toppings, I'm not gonna say anchovies because that's a little bit too convenient. My evil topping: tomatoes and mushrooms.
Just mushrooms.
That's not bad though.
I don't like mushrooms at all. They've never helped a pizza. They don't even go better together. I'd at least can see that.
Which kind of mushrooms?
Oh, I
are you
love
talking
mushrooms.
about?
I love shrooms on my pizza.
I like mushrooms, yeah.
Oh, mushrooms
mushroom
are
and sausage.
bomb.
Are they magic?
Although I'm not a big fan of portobellas anymore.
Hmm.
I used to like them okay, but one
Too
time
big.
I ate them and I got kind of sick. And ever since then, it's like, to me, they just smell like feet.
No, I just can use the regular mushrooms. I don't need some fancy portobello.
Yeah, no, I
Just-
love button mushrooms. I love pretty much any other kind, but yeah.
Just a classic
Canned is
kind
kind of meh.
I
I
guess.
don't think mushrooms on their own are enough.
No,
Not
okay
really.
with something.
Although I'm not a big fan of the mushroom and spinach that everybody does. What I'm a big
No,
fan
no,
of
I
is
don't like
sausage
that.
and mushroom. Sausage and mushroom together are a great combo.
Has to be some meat with mushrooms. Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, some of the best. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, just putting spinach on pizza, you're getting way too close to the salad pizza right there.
Exactly.
Yes.
And not only that, like, I mean, I'm from Wisconsin, so they do a lot of really amazing brats this time of year. And every once in a while, I keep checking this one place because they have these awesome fucking mushroom and Swiss bratwurst. And they are
Okay.
fucking insane.
Nice.
They're so good because the mushrooms just blend so well with the sausage. And with that Swiss cheese, it's like, it's so close. It's like, it's almost like having a mushroom and Swiss pizza without having a pizza. It's just so weird. They taste so goddamn good. But yeah, no, like, yeah, I agree with you guys. It's tough to have mushrooms on their own, but
Yeah, you got to have some meat. Got to be
Well,
meat there.
There's actually a pizza I do love called a Popeye pizza in that local place, mom and pop place I was telling you about. It does have spinach and cheese, but it's like, it's just so good. I mean, but it's not like shredded spinach or something. It's like, can't describe it, but it's just like, it's very light on the spinach. So it's not like overwhelming. And it's called Popeye pizza. And it's a white pizza, and it's actually damn good, but the crust, the dough is awesome on that. So, but yeah,
even-
I don't get it all the time.
Even pulling this back a bit, I mean, you mentioned, Nick, it's got to be the bread, the sauce, and the cheese. There's so many cheeses. What are some of the cheeses that should never be on a pizza, and what are the ones that should?
you
Because
don't
there's
want to go.
multiples.
Goat and blue.
I mean,
Blue
yeah, I
cheese.
agree. Kind of like the more stronger cheeses. Otherwise, as long as it's anywhere within the vicinity of a saltier cheese, you're probably fine. I think you could even get away with some variations. Like, I mean, you could get. I mean, in Wisconsin, I'm sure that they do a lot of like the beer cheese with like bratwursts and stuff like that. But like, I mean, honestly, I mean, cheese, as long as you're not getting into the real nasty, gross shit, the sky's the limit. As long as it can melt.
So a lot of people like the mozzarella type stuff, but I mean, I like putting a really aged cheddar on there.
Sometimes just a mix of cheddar can be good too, but like, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So that, and I mean, that's a contentious thing too, because some people, no, I'm not touching anything that isn't mozzarella or, you know, they don't want cheddar. They don't want whatever. Yeah,
ricotta's a good one for pizza. Yeah.
Yeah. So many different choices.
Yeah. This is running the risk of turning into Monty Python's cheese shop sketch, but Asiago
it's the single most popular cheese in the world.
Yes, not round here.
Not round here. Well, what is the most popular cheese round here then?
Ilchester.
Ilchester. Okay, I'll bite.
But no, Asiago is probably one of the few Italian cheeses that I just cannot deal with. So that would be one that you might find on a pizza, and I'd be like, nope.
What's wrong with Asiago?
I'd have to try it again to remember which kind. Yeah,
it's in the strong, very odoriferous family,
Yeah,
as I
don't
recall.
know. I never felt it was too odorific, but I guess.
Well, it depends on its age too, because I mean, cheddar that's unaged is one thing. Cheddar that's 2 or 3 years age is completely different, and same thing goes with Parmesan Reggiano.
Well, even difference between sharp and mild cheddar for that.
I prefer when it's not aged so much. I don't need it to be aged.
I like Venezuelan beaver cheese.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Czechoslovakian sheep's milk cheese is a good one.
Yeah.
Why?
You need to go away.
Stinking bishop. That's a good one.
Just no.
That's just wrong.
It's
fucking Scottish
one of the
Canadian bastard.
There's just things you don't do in the world, and that's one of them.
You're gonna make Nick puke.
Just
Cheese Whiz.
Fuck.
Got my
no.
Cheese Whiz, boy.
Oh,
God.
Cheese Whiz ain't cheese. That's not cheese.
Oh, that's not cheese.
That's not cheese.
No.
That's Cool Whip turned orange with cheese-like flavor. Like
Cheetos.
Literally all. Yeah, like the Cheeto flavoring, basically. Exactly. Yeah.
Sometime in the
It's not
past few
real.
months, I went to a movie theater and I was really hungry, and I got their like nachos with sort of a Cheese Whiz type of thing that you dip in.
Oh.
And I really didn't feel well afterwards, I think, for a day or two.
All I regret.
Oh yeah,
probably.
there's a big difference between the not pasteurized, but processed. That's the word I was looking for. Processed nasty shit. And Cheese Whiz is on a level that's not even. It's like even beyond processed nasty. It is literally just chemicals in a fucking can.
Right. I don't recommend people eat that.
No, that's right up there with the cheese that will not die. Velveeta.
It's called the WEF.
Oh
cheese.
fuck yeah. The only thing Velveeta is good for is mac and cheese, right? Like that's it. Not much else.
Do we even need them for that?
Depends. Like if your mom makes the best homemade mac and cheese, you don't need it. But if you're like trying to spice up a box of mac and cheese, that'll help. But like
I make a great mac and cheese, by the way.
Even
It's one of my
American cheese is a
specialties.
tough one. Yeah. I would love to try that. I love mac and cheese. But like, yeah, even American cheese I get a little pickier with too, because you got to check and see how processed it is compared to, I mean, and that is processed cheese.
It always
to
is
begin
very
with.
processed.
But I mean, yeah, compared to others, but that's like the edge of the line where processing comes in.
It's
but,
good on a burger sometimes.
well, that's
Like,
about the best place. Sandwiches, burgers.
So as long as you cook the burger first and
I
don't
feel
just
like
put
American
cheese on a raw
cheese-
burger.
American cheese can only go on a burger. That's what I think.
Yeah, there's not a lot that American cheese works for outside of burgers and sandwiches. I'll agree.
Basically, not even real cheese, but yeah.
No, it's like a few chromosomes away from it. That's about it.
That's a little bit evolved above Cheese Whiz, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a little evolved above Cheese Whiz, but not much.
Yeah, because you look at the craft, they like it's
Cheese
like they don't
slices,
say
yeah.
cheese. Yeah, they call it like flavored slices or something. It's like they don't say
Velveeta is very similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a processed cheese product.
Yeah. It's like a
That's what
byproduct.
it says on it. Processed cheese product. Exactly.
100% totally non-natural.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
It's alive.
Unnatural cheese.
Well, fair warning: the original Philadelphia Philly steak and cheese sandwich was made with Cheese Whiz.
Yep.
Leave it to Philadelphia to do it that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do they do now?
There's a big fight over that whiz on your.
They still do for
whiz on
some,
your
but
You
cheese.
should never whiz on your cheese. Never.
So if
some
not
places
Whiz, what do
use
they
the
do now?
processed Swiss, some use the processed. Well, you guys would know better than me anyway that are from that area. But
I've only been to Philadelphia a few times, honestly.
Well, I did have 3 Philly cheeses in one day in Philly. That was awesome. I felt proud of myself.
I should go to Philly just to do that.
You should go to Philly just to do that. I mean, when I did that, yeah, we were originally going because we had some shows with Ted down
Cheese
there.
Whiz of Philadelphia.
3 different restaurants. We went to the bar based off of It's Always
They
Sunny
tell me
in
it isn't
Philadelphia.
really cheese.
And I ran the Rocky Steps twice.
It can't be true,
I've
my
done
friend.
I have a picture of me with the
When I
statue.
get so fat, my clothes won't fit me no more.
There's nothing quite like doing that. The Rocky Steps and standing.
It
at
ain't
the top.
about how hard you get hit.
It's just great.
It's about how hard you get hit, and if you get back up, and you can still move. And like I forgot the line, but it still works.
Come on, we know his best performance was as Machine Gun Joe in Death Race 2000.
Frankenstein.
That's right. Shirt will testify.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
Yeah. Hey, what do they call Swiss cheese in Switzerland?
Cheese.
Cheese.
Emmentaler.
It's just plain old cheese.
No, Emmentaler. So if you
Partial
go to
to-
Switzerland,
I am partial to a bit
Emmentaler.
of Austrian smoked and cheese as well.
I mean, smoked cheese, smoking cheese, it's okay, but I wish they wouldn't smoke. I mean, it's not good for their health.
No.
Yep.
But I have no room to talk.
Austrian smoked cheese. If you eat that, you end up singing like Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music.
Oh, he sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Look at all
Yeah.
this cheese.
He's not alive.
Have you ever had a
Strings of
salad
cheese.
pizza?
With the sound of cheeses.
Didn't somebody ask that like 20 minutes ago and we told him to shut the fuck up? It's not pizza.
Come on, sing the Hills Are
How
Alive.
could you have a
As
lettuce
Arnie.
pizza
Come
or
on,
salad
Tom.
Oh no
Come on,
don't
Tom.
do that. Don't do that. That'll be
The
Sing the
Hills
Hills Are
Are
Alive.
Alive with the sound of music.
Salad pizza is pretty good, actually.
I love The Sound of Music. I can sing.
Spinning around.
I can sing everything in the Sound of Music soundtrack because I was brought up as a child listening to that because my father had it on 8-track in the car.
Oh,
that was
no.
the Sound of Music, which was the most popular. People think the Beatles were the most popular, biggest selling band in the world in the 60s. No, the Sound of Music soundtrack
Flamethrowers and tanks
outsold
and
them.
bombs and M16s.
That's right.
These are a few of my favorite things. A
On the
big
hills to the
knife.
lonely goat herdly.
I'd
I
like to see that version.
going on 17.
Well, that was set in Austria, wasn't it? And they
It was set in
You
Austria.
can kill it if it bleeds. These are a few of my favorite things.
Arnie sings the Sound of Music. That's just an album.
great.
you
Arnie
should
sings
make
the
them.
classics.
You need an
Yeah.
album like that.
The
You need an
sun will
album.
come out. Tomato.
Oh, a deer,
Tomato.
a female deer. Kill it
You know what?
before it's dead.
Do you know what Christopher Plummer called The Sound of Music after he was done making it?
A
He
lot of
called it
money.
The Sound of Mucus.
I thought he'd call it his pension plan. Yeah.
He hated the movie.
I actually quite like it now. I mean, I hated it as a kid because we were force fed that soundtrack by my parents. But now
I've
I
always
actually
steered
I have
away.
a
Like, I
fondness
never
for
liked
it.
that movie.
No. I can sing all the songs.
But now the end is near.
That's not in there, I don't think.
No.
The past has been terminated.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
And I won't
So they
shed
only
a
sing.
tear.
Yeah, they only sing that way because their voices never changed.
That's right. It's actually a terrible movie, but a great soundtrack. Anyway. There's a copy
Tom,
of
I
it.
would buy that album if you did it. I definitely would buy
There's
it.
a copy of it on VHS in my local thrift
What's
store. I'm
on
thinking of
VHS?
buying it. The Sound of Music. It's a
Regrets.
double VHS.
I have a few, like my maid.
Yeah, I feel like that was
You see, in
good.
Canada, that would have a different meaning.
Now it's a promotion, Canada. Oh, dude. Where,
Maybe Maria wouldn't have left me.
Where did that bottle of wine go?
oh, dude. Yeah. I'm right now. I'm looking pretty good on my Maker's Mark
I
bottle.
think I need some Czechoslovakian
Yeah,
sheep.
I was here. I was up here at the near top of the red. Now I'm
The
down.
neck.
Now I'm
But
down.
you don't know the pressure that I was under, trying to be the governor.
The gummy bear of Candy Cornia.
One thing I can say is I'm not gay, and I did it on these way. Yeah.
You did it all for the Nookie. I mean, Harambe. You did it all
No,
for
only the
Harambe.
classics. Nookie ain't no classic.
Oh, I know it. Fuck Fred Durst. Oh, my
Exit light into night.
dude, you want to talk about that? I think that was the ultimate. People like things because they're popular. Test in my life. Limb Biscuit, aka Limb Dipshit.
Can't stand those fuckers.
Not to
Never
mention
like that. Never like that.
his duet with Danny DeVito. Islands in the stream. That
Just
is what we are. Nowhere in between.
I think I'd like to hear him sing "The Gambler" or something by Kenny Rogers. I think
On
Arnie
a
could do
warm
Kenny.
summer's evening, on a
Yeah.
train bound for nowhere, a bunch of terrorists come out of nowhere, and I had a big old gun.
Nick, I want to add.
That's exactly it, Tom. Well played.
Nick, I want to add a crappy band to your list.
Add a crappy band.
Blink 182. You can have
Oh
them.
God, no!
The embodiment of awful pop punk.
It was
between-
like
that makes-
there
that
was a
makes
plague
Green Day. That
of
makes Green Day
bands.
are a
I
whole
hate
night
Green
here.
Day.
You know what? I
Day,
somehow
I
think
hate
that
them.
Green Day is better than Blink 182.
There was a plague
don't
of-
like. I'm not saying I listen to Green Day, but I think they're better than Blink on 182.
Okay, I don't disagree, but here's where I wouldn't say disagree, but they're not better. They're just less shittier.
Well, they're less offensive, slightly less offensive.
I think that Green Day, they had one album, which again, even that album, like all the songs were very simple and overrated, like that Dookie
Simple
album.
can be good.
Dookie,
if you have a
That
good
may be
hook.
their best album.
Simple
Dookie.
can be good if you have a good hook. And Green Day has just always been trash. It really blows my mind when people either in the center or on the right, they're like, "Oh, I didn't know Green Day is political." I'm like, bro, not only have they been political, but they've always been inconsistent
American
about it,
Idiot.
and they've
Yeah.
always sucked. So they've
Yeah,
been A,
they
B,
suck
and C,
badly.
and you just caught on now to A.
Well,
Well,
it's
I
Dookie.
can't lie. I do like American Idiot, and I did see them live playing that. I mean, I don't like the politics, but I do like the music of the album. I can't.
Most
The
old
funny
school
thing was when I
punk
was at a
bands would
concert-
piss on them.
Well, true.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
but
Dude,
they're not
real
punk.
punk.
They're not punk. But
I
I
didn't
remember
look
being at the
Dookie.
concert and the opening act was playing, and like all the people had no idea who Green Day was because that album broke so big, and they're like, who is like, oh, Green Day's on stage, and like, no, that's not Green Day. It's like, how could you go see a band and not even know when they're on the stage? It was like, I was laughing so hard.
I didn't think Dookie was political, though. I think that album they tried to just do a skateboard type of music or whatever it was,
Yeah,
and then
that was
after
okay.
and after that album, they suddenly said to themselves, "Oh, we have to be very political," which is a big mistake because I barely let them slide as Dookie, But once they started with the American Idiot stuff, I'm like, nah, you guys are out of your element here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're so smart. No, you're not. You're a bunch
And
of
they're
dumb
not. You don't
fucks.
buy them at all. I don't
You're
believe
dumb
one
as
word.
fuck.
There's been some bands, and obviously we're all the deciders of good or bad, that have always had those things. Like, if you want to get into a more mainstream example, Megadeth, they've always had the themes there. And then if you want to go for a more obscure example, Napalm Death, they've
Mhm.
always done it as well. And those are bands that all have 15, 16 albums each. But those bands kind of lead with it, so you know what you're getting into when you're getting into it. So you have a right to make your exit at the door, should you so please, with those bands.
Yeah, but they're not posers. I mean, Green Day are
Oh, yeah,
posers. They
I think that's
pretend
my
they're
biggest
punks.
issue is
Oh,
not.
we're punks. No, you're not.
No, they're not punks. See, I can forgive Green Day's awful views if A, they made better music, B, if there was actual principle to their takes. Because even if I hated their takes, I can at least say, okay, well, at least they truly believe what they say. But they're
No, they don't.
metropolitan, live in a bubble. They're once again, their takes are based on what's currently in.
Right.
Yeah, they changed the words to their songs to bash Trump. And
Yeah, they have
I don't
no
like any of that stuff.
conviction. They have no conviction to their takes, and I for me, not only does that make me not like their music, but it makes me not respect them.
They'll shill for the establishment if they think it's hip.
But even these, like, it's not that just these days I suddenly didn't like them. Ever since American Idiot, I thought that they were annoying. I felt like they're trying to be something that they're not capable of being. There, like you said, there's no depth there. I don't believe that guy. He's not intellectual. I don't believe any of his ideas. He best sing about skateboarding and dumb crap. That's the
Right.
best he can do.
They're extremely limited musically. Very
Right. They know like
limited.
3 chords.
Yeah.
Well, it's
and
been
you
very
don't know them that
repetitive.
well.
Since American Idiot, everything's been
You can
very
be
repetitive.
limited and still have a good sound. I mean, just look
Yeah,
up
like the Ramones.
Ramones.
They want to be.
Piss all over them.
AC/DC and Ramones are bands that kind of have a thing and they stick to it, but
Right.
people still latch on to
Green
it.
Day wish they could be the Ramones in their best.
They dream at
fucking
night of being the
songs.
Ramones, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Yes.
Yeah.
You got the
Yeah.
Ramones. You also got, if you want to go into the lesser known harder edge, you could go to the Exploited. You could go into
Or X.
Charge,
Punk.
Verbal
Yeah.
Use.
Yeah.
Or if you want to go like a hybrid, DRI, they kind of like the punk metal hardcore hybrid. All way better than
For
that
sure.
trash says Green Day or Blink
Plus,
182.
the Ramones also they kind of came up with that style, and Green Day just wants to sound like the Ramones, and they're not good.
No, Ramones actually write songs.
And the ones had
Right.
a sense of humor, which Green Day are lacking completely.
Right, exactly. They're fun. the
Ramones
Ramones.
also actually have social political diversity as well. Like, you got one guy who's on the right, you got one guy who's on the left, and you got a guy who's in the center. So you actually do have a you have a gathering of viewpoints, and they bring their music together.
Yeah.
Imagine that. See, Monkey
Also-
Doers, I disagree. They always were that way.
They were always
always
selfish.
that they were always that way. And once again, if the point of view is we're anti-establishment, okay, great. But in order to be anti-establishment, you actually have to be it, not just when only one side is out of power, the other side that you are slightly more lean to is in, or vice versa. They are left through and through, but yet they still pretend like they're somehow
Yeah.
part of some
When they're
thing.
they're
Yet
They
their
had
view-
one good album. The
their
one
point of
w-
view-
they
Go
had
ahead.
one good album. The one with "Killing in the Name of." I thought that album was good. I don't care
Fuck
what
me,
their
I'll do
politics
what you
are.
tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care what their politics are. It was just a fun album to listen to. I like the riffs, the guitars, the sounds. I mean, Morello, maybe he's annoying on a political level, but he does know how to play music. So on that album, I think
Yeah,
that
he does, but
there was something fun about it. I didn't really dwell on the politics, but
Okay.
after that, they couldn't even. What was it, Empire or something?
Well, they
Evil
didn't-
Empire. What was that other album? They couldn't do
Three
anything
albums.
good after that.
They didn't do well. They didn't do. To be fair, they didn't do many albums. They only did like 2 or 3 albums. So if I'm going to give them credit for anything, it's the fact that they actually kept it at a few limited albums. That's probably one of their few redeeming takes. It's like, okay, they kept it at a few and they have not done anything else since then.
You can't pretend you're anti-establishment when everything you support is the establishment.
Especially when the Tim Cooks and the Jeff Bezos and the George Soroses.
When every corporation,
Biden,
bureaucracy, government
feel the
body
same way.
is on the same side as you, you cannot proclaim you're anti-establishment.
And yet they still do. That's the fun part. They still
Well,
do.
it's funny. You
I
and
like
all
their
the
work with Audio
corporations.
Slave.
Yeah.
That was better.
Oh, I love
Because
Audio
of
Slave.
Chris Cornell.
Right. You can't go wrong with Chris Cornell. And I didn't feel like he was overly political or anything. I feel like he just sang his.
Not.
Chris,
Welcome! We are Fuck Corporate America. That's right. Brought to you by Amazon and Disney Plus.
Chris
That's what
Cornell.
it is. That's it.
I
That's
remember
exactly it.
when I was in high school, I used to hate Soundgarden until one day of being really drunk as shit changed my mind. And that day was when I heard the Bad Motorfinger album properly from
That's a good album. That's a good album.
Because now here's why I initially hated them. And you might even know. You can think
Spoon
a
Man.
song called
You
Black
thought
Hole
Spoon-
Sun.
Oh, I thought
it's
Spoon Man annoyed
overplayed.
you.
It's a good song, but it's overplayed. Yeah.
I hated it with a passion, and I thought all the songs were gonna be like that until I heard Bad Motorfinger, and I remember saying to one of my friends, like, "Who the fuck is this?" And like, "Oh, song." I'm like, "Are you kidding me? This shit's actually good."
Chris Cornell
And I
was
remember
good.
being so shocked not only by Chris Cornell's voice, Kim Thayil's guitar. I was hooked, and I am like, "Holy crap!" I think I'm kind of converted. And it was kind of like one of those. That was the first time I realized I'm misjudging a band because I hated them because of their hits, but not because I didn't hear the rest of the album per se. And that was, I had that initial viewpoint with AC/DC as well. I got so burnt out by their hits that by the time I got to an actual album in my early 30s, I'm like, dude, they actually
You
had
see,
good albums.
I'm lucky because I'm that much older than you. I was into them long before, Back in Black.
Yeah,
like 5, 6 years before.
It's a good
and
album.
That was So I loved them long before that, and I could overlook the overplaying of that.
But it's a good album, and there's a lot of songs that are
is.
not the hits.
And it's not their fault. It's overplayed.
No, it's
Yeah, it's just so good.
It's still not as good as Highway to Hell, but that's just my.
There's no
Highway to
bad
Hell's-
songs on that. There's no bad songs on that. album, though.
Highway to Hell's my favorite AC/DC album. Well, if you don't count If You Want Blood, the live album, which is one of the greatest live albums ever made in the history of history.
All right, Red Shirt has to go. Red Shirt, sir. You want to plug in a plug on the way out?
Yeah, looks like I'm going to be joining Gary and Tom on Saturday to talk about Beverly Hills Cop 2, which will be fun.
Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, sir. I appreciate
All right.
you, Red Shirt.
Oh, yeah, and
Are
Mrs.
you-
Redshirt, just Mrs. Redshirt said say hello and congratulations.
Hi, thank
Say hello and wave goodbye.
Give her my goodbyes, dude.
As
Thanks for being
Soft
here.
Cell once sang.
Thanks for giving your time to being a part of this, man. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. And I'm proud to call you a co-panelist and a friend, sir.
Thank you. Have a great night,
Cheers,
everybody.
mate.
All right,
Good
we
night.
got- we got a
You're
direct
good.
donation before we get back into the AC/DC. Mr. Tickle Trunk comes in deeply boiling and smoothing, says, "Congrats on 2K for 4,020 cents." Why, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're doing well, man. And then Radioactive for $5 says, "Congrats on 2K milestone." Thank you, Radioactive. appreciate you as well. Now, you want to know who's a band whose albums? Well, the album I love, but I purposefully make my own Spotify playlist to avoid the hits. Appetite for Destruction. And I
One of the most
hate saying
overplayed albums, though, too.
Yeah, but take out the hits, the singles.
Like
Good.
Mr. Brownstone.
Really, the only song I'm
album.
sick of on there is Paradise City, because that song has been so.
Mr. Brownstone's a great track.
Yeah, Mr. Brownstone's great. Night Train's a killer song.
Oh, Night Train. Oh my God, dude! Slash has some.
There's a few good ones. Absolutely. I mean, when I was growing up, that was like my favorite album. I'm not gonna lie.
And we
just
need to think back to that
City
time
and Sweet
because
Child.
when that album came out, there were not many kick-ass hard rock bands around. It was the era of hair bands and the new wave stuff and whatever. There were not many in the mid 80s, not many kick-ass hard rock bands. So Appetite for Destruction was a big deal because it was one of the few at that time. So
But
it's
they
just-
that was amazing.
That
when
was
it
the
came out.
They followed up with diminishing returns, though.
Yeah.
Well,
it
yes
doesn't-
and no. It's like they had that to live up to, and so they did GNR Lies, which was half a live album and half an acoustic album.
Yeah,
And that kind of tied people
It
over
had
until
Patience. It had the song Patience on
yeah, it
it.
had Patience on it, which helped.
I'm
but-
a sneaky fan of the spaghetti incident, actually. I do like that.
Oh, you had to go there.
I did. I love the covers. Come on,
Use Your
since
Illusion
I don't have
1
you,
and 2, though,
I-
might be too ambitious for what they did. They probably should have done that as 2 albums instead of just one.
And also, they did a
did
lot more
well.
ballads.
They couldn't
They
lay
sort
it
of-
separate.
One.
a bit of a sellout.
No, but they should have split it up. Like, I mean, done one
Well,
like
you
1
did.
year
You
and then
could
2
buy
years
them
later.
as separate albums.
I know, but I mean, like, it almost felt like they shot their wad all in one load.
I mean,
Right.
growing up, I loved
Story
those
of my life.
Use Your Illusion albums, but thinking about it later, I feel like only Appetite for Destruction is the real deal.
It is the real deal. It's a great album.
Anything else they did, they got in their own
Well,
way with their egos. and
Otherwise,
their
Use Your
selling out.
Illusion 1 and 2 have a lot of filler on it. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're albums that would have made good EPs, but because they made them to LPs, they're just pretty good albums. Not great albums because there's a few great songs, but there's a whole lot of filler in both of them. If they had made them both 5 to 6 song EPs, they would have both been so much stronger. If they just took the 5 or 6 best songs and left it at that. But nope, they wanted to freaking make the full length album of 60, 70, 80 minutes.
I mean, if you cut
it's
down,
too
actually, if you
much.
cut down Use Your Illusion to like Don't Cry, Civil War, You Could Be Mine, Get in the Ring, and then finish it off with like November Rain. And I know there's like 1 or 2 other ones in there you could throw in there. That's a damn solid album.
Yeah, I agree with you. I
Yeah,
totally
I mean,
agree.
if you'd have chopped
One
it down
album.
to one album and got rid of all the extra filler, all the fucking cover songs. Look, I don't mind their Live and Let Die, but let's be real. That's a song they do for a fucking soundtrack, not for something like Use Your, like, no, you do save that for later. like they did with Sympathy for the Devil, like they did for
Yeah, I've got that single. I've got
yeah, that was
EP.
great. But
Yeah,
see, that was a
it.
single that was done for the vampire movie, right? So like, yeah,
Yeah,
they should have just
to do
saved
the
Live and
vampire.
Let Die for something else, and yeah, and some other stuff on there that just could have waited.
If they would have made like 5 albums after Appetite for Destruction that were as good as strong as Appetite for Destruction, people would be talking about them like a more modern Led Zeppelin type of band. But
I
the problem
agree.
is
Oh,
that
I
you
agree,
only
yeah.
have that one album and everything that
Drugs and
everything that
ego,
comes-
man.
Too much ego, too much
But
the
it was a
success
glorious
they had.
year when they were the hard rock band in the world because there was nothing else like that.
No,
at the
you're
time.
right. There was such a vacuum that when Appetite for Destruction came out, they just kind of blew everybody away.
Well, and they were
The
different
last
from
of- Last of the old school hard rock bands.
they were, yeah, because they came in the height of the hair band era, and they kind of looked like a hair band at first glance, but they weren't a hair band,
No, they
right?
were
Like that's
more
the thing.
Stones-ish, far more Stones.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Joe Dog, I'll answer your question really quickly. Say, hey, Nick, do you think it will fight John Troy's Wonder Girls? Starfire. Full stop, Starfire. Not like there's no contesting that. But no disrespect to Don Troy, as I know your avatar is Don Troy. She's a great character, outstanding even. I'd say A+ even. But Starfire. Tamaran has a planet where they make pretty invincible women. Not literally, but they create impressive women of stature and strength. And my senior year, we rigged the vote to get Paradise City as our senior site. Yeah, see, I don't hate Paradise City. It's just I live with the stigma of its overplayedness that I won't listen to anymore. So
It is overplayed, though.
even though I love
That's
the
a great
album-
song, though.
Oh no, it is. It is.
Yeah,
You're-
I hear
It
the
totally
overplayed
is,
stuff,
but
though,
it's
yeah.
like one of those songs where it's like
too much.
now
yeah.
the oldies station. That's the only fucking Guns N' Roses song they play.
When I made
Sweet
my
Child of
Sweet
Mine
Child
is
of
the best.
Mine.
That's
Or the
I
worst
used to
is when you
love
hear
that
music.
song, but
When you hear it in music, right?
Okay.
well,
But
when the
I
shit's on
made
the
my
oldies channel, it makes you
Spotify-
feel kind of old on top of it all.
When I made my Spotify list, I took out Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child, and Paradise City. Songs that I all initially loved, but I listened to the other 9 songs only because of how damaged those 3 songs are that I initially loved. But I think honestly, though, even when I was listening to all 12 tracks primarily, I thought it was a front to back album. And I'd even argue if I still wasn't burnt out on those 3 songs, it still would be a front to back album. To me, Appetite for Destruction was one of those albums that is actually worthy of the 9.5, 9.7, maybe even 9.9 or 10 scale as far as hard rock albums go. That was a really damn good album. And
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's a problem we get in a lot of stuff that certain tracks are overplayed to death over the years, and it's a shame because actually they were good and they were part of good records. It's just the way it is, though. The classic rock radio plays certain tracks to death.
You know what annoys me though? Sometimes when mainstream media rock stations or stations or classic stations play Sweet Child of Mine, they edit the solo to be shorter, which it's like that's a no-no. If there's one part of the song I still enjoy listening to, it's that solo.
Yeah, play the album version. Yeah, absolutely.
Like thick as
That
a
was
brick. Play the
one
whole
of
album.
radio's biggest
Rock
issues
flipped.
in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s because the song needs to be radio friendly. They need to cut it down to 3 to 4 minutes.
I hate that.
Oh,
Hate it. I've always
word.
hated it. Hated it then. Hate it now. Play the whole fucking track. You know.
And that's once again, and that's it. Kind of reminds me of the whole thing we talk about with Hollywood.
Except Jethro Tull. Never play Jethro Tull.
Well, Hollywood
them
does
fighting
thing
words.
where they think that their audience is dumb, and I'm sure if you gave music fans the full song, they would absorb it and lean into it. I
Well,
hate the idea that you think, oh, well, they're dumb. They're never going to get this. It's like, if you want your fans to be dumb, you're trying to make them dumb. They're not inherently dumb. You're trying to make them that way so they can just accept whatever it is that you put out, good or bad. There are people who out there who go out listening for things, seeking them out. That's not a dumbfounded or retarded thought. That's an intelligent thought that say, hey, I want to seek this out and make up my own minds.
There's so many instances in the history of radio stations or radio executives saying, you can't play that. It's 4 minutes long or it's 5 minutes long. And they were just, I mean, Bohemian Rhapsody, you can't play that on the radio. It's too long. Fucking bullshit.
Well, that was the best line in the movie. It's 7 minutes and it said it's too long. And I hope what was the line? Like, I hope your wife is satisfied or
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
If you think 7 minutes is too long, I pity your wife.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That was the best line in the whole
And just to
damn
prove
movie.
that I do like Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction.
Oh,
it's black.
There you go.
Black. It's so black, isn't it? I mean, it's so
It couldn't
black.
be any more black.
Could be any more black, could it? I mean, it's blackest.
It's the blackest. Black.
Nice.
Glad Tom gets what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
that. That's nice.
Oh, show that off.
We got.
Wow, that's a nice Rocky shirt.
I know, right?
This has got just a bunch of what is in here. 2 tickets, some stickers, all kinds of shit.
Some arrest
Poster.
warrants.
Good.
Probably arrest warrants, yeah.
Tom's
I
got
can't get the thing.
that lighting up as he always does.
I love these kind of box sets, though. These are expensive as fuck, though.
They are, but Tom, are they not worth it?
Usually, yes. Then you get like the original album art there. Whole bunch of stuff in this book. Then you get to the end of the book, and of course it's all the discs. You got the main disc.
Yeah.
Disc 2 is the 1986 Sound City session. CD 2 is
So it's
B-sides
like demos
and
and stuff?
EPs. Yep.
demos?
CD 4 is another one from the CD session, from the Sound City session. Disc 5 is the Blu-ray with it in 5.1 surround sound. And then it's got bonus tracks and music videos on there as well. So yeah, it's quite a nice set. You could also get
very nice
a record version of it as well, but this had all the discs and everything in it and whatnot. And I don't see the point in doing the record unless it's from the actual analog master, which they claimed this was. But there was some discrepancy considering some people thought that these masters might be ones that were lost in the Universal fire.
Oh,
I see.
Those were familiar with that whole deal.
I see.
No, I got. Oh, go
I
ahead.
have an amusing anecdote about long records. So I can't remember his name. There was a famous British radio disc jockey in the 60s who was later on the BBC in the 70s. And they had these pirate radio stations in the 60s. They were on ships offshore so that they could play whatever they wanted and the authorities in Britain couldn't shut them down. So he said, we loved the long records because it was just us. They're sitting in a studio playing records. They couldn't get a break. So he said, I used to put Hey Jude by the Beatles on if I wanted to go for a crap. So one day he puts Hey Jude on. It starts. He goes off, has a crap, comes back 6 minutes later. The record had jumped on the first line and it kept, you know how
over and over and over,
used to
over,
get-
yeah,
so
over
for
and over.
6 minutes, it just went, Hey Jude, Hey Jude, Hey Jude. And I thought this was the funniest thing ever. Like it's just,
70s. Have you gotten the Tony Martin Black Sabbath box
can't
set?
afford it right now, mate.
Dude.
If it goes on sale one day, I'll get it. Yeah.
Hey, get the CD version.
Well,
As
I love
someone,
Headless Cross. I love Headless Cross
I
as an
know,
album.
but listen, as someone who got the CD version, I honestly only got it initially because A, it was cheaper, and while Tom is showing that, I'll zoom in on him. I initially got it because it's cheaper, but the best part about it, not only was it cheaper, but it came with all the stuff that the
That's a
vinyl.
beauty, Tom.
It came with everything that the vinyl came with, only slightly smaller to adjust to the
Okay.
CD format.
I'll
So
definitely on my
don't
list,
get
mate.
shafted. You don't, as far as like, because I thought when they said like the poster and the box set and the cool like photos and liners, I thought that was all gonna be vinyl exclusive. I'm so happy to say I was wrong. You get all of that, the CD set, and it's only it's half the price.
Half the price.
All
Yeah.
I'm trying to say is better you have something than none. And right now, dude, I have been listening to Headless Cross
I love that album. Love it.
stop. I'm like, and they took
Tom, that's beautiful.
they took Headless Cross and they took Tier Cross Purposes, remastered them, and then they took Forbidden and they didn't just remaster it, but they remixed it as well. Tony Iommi remixed it. So you get 4 out of the 5 Tony Martin albums. Dude, you need the set because now that I got the C set,
on my list.
now I want the vinyl set. And we live in a day and age that Tony Iommi pulled off a miracle that he was able to keep the Black Sabbath.
Cozy
name.
Powell on the drums on Headless Cross.
Oh, dude.
Fucking awesome. I love Cozy. R.I.P. Cozy Powell. Love you, man.
R.I.P. Cozy Paul. But dude, they got Brian May from
Yep.
Queen to do a solo on was it When Death Calls?
Yep. they're massively underrated albums. Tony Martin's really good. Yeah,
he is a A+ singer. And Toy, hey, thanks for being here. I know it's been a long show.
Tom,
you.
So I'm going to get that set one day. I mean, I have to wait until they go in a little bit of reduced price. But that what Tom was showing us, the Up in Smoke, this is the beautiful stuff you can get now. These box sets, deluxe editions, they're just phenomenal. There's such great stuff you can buy. I've actually just ordered one. As you know, I'm a real sucker. I'm a big Paul McCartney fan, Beatles fan, and I've just ordered this set, which I'm sharing an image of.
Sir Paul's birthday.
This is a One Hand Clapping, which was Wings. It was some live studio sessions they did. They were released bits of them here and there, but they never released the whole thing. It was meant to be a whole live album.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting that one.
It's fucking awesome.
Because I got this one here, and he's done a couple versions of this.
Oh, I've got that
This
one.
is
Tom's got
I think this is the 50th anniversary one, if I remember right.
Yeah. I've got a bunch of those. I've got the Wings Over America. I've got the first two McCartney ones, the Ram one. They do such great versions. Oh, that's great.
Hey, Deleted Scenes, thanks for being here, man. Take care, sir.
This is probably my favorite Paul McCartney.
Oh, we're getting an
one
echo.
here.
Is that me hearing the echo?
I think
Or is
it's
that
Tom.
everyone?
That's mine.
That's a
I got
beautiful.
my headphones on.
Yeah, these McCartney Beatles Wings deluxe editions are just phenomenal. I've got some Rush ones, brilliant. But also, if thanks, Stephen. Yeah, that Cozy Powell is one of my. I saw Cozy Powell 5 times live in concert with different bands. I saw him with Rainbow, Whitesnake. I saw him with Peter Green. I saw him with Brian May, and there was another one. I saw him so many times with different acts. He's such a brilliant drummer. The only drummer to do the 1812 Overture live as a drum solo.
Stephen.
This is another one that was really well done.
That's good. Yeah.
This one has four discs, including, I believe, is it a CD or DVD? I think it's a DVD, and then you got the record album as well.
Has it got a whole track of them sniffing coke?
Yes. No, it actually comes with cards to cut up your coke on the album.
It should have a credit card. Platinum.
The only thing is that the Fleetwood Mac always reminds me of Bill Clinton now, but I
love.
I
I know.
thinking about tomorrow. It's like,
I know that does put you off a bit.
At least I don't think that one's on this album. This is their
it's
best.
still a great song, but yeah.
Is it?
It
oh
should
yeah, it
be.
is. You're right. It is. Don't stop. Yeah.
Don't Stop is an annoying song, though. It always has been.
It's one of their
not the best.
best songs. No.
I did like the marching band version is good, but I just see Bill and Hillary Clinton.
I love Tusk.
I have an unpopular opinion that Fleetwood Mac generally annoys me, with the exception of an occasional song that I'll let slide. I find them annoying.
Do you know the original Fleetwood Mac, the Peter Green version, the blues band?
No,
I know there's like different eras,
just rumors, rumors and forward. That's what I know. And those
way
annoy
back
me.
in the 60s, the original Fleetwood Mac were a blues band with Peter Green, Jeremy Spencer, and Danny Kerwin as the 3 guitarists. And
Now,
Fleetwood
that
Mac
sounds
were
more interesting.
They were phenomenal. They were one of the best British blues bands ever.
I
And
have to
then over
listen
the
to that.
years, people dropped out, and then they picked up Buckingham Nicks in the 70s. But the original Peter Green's Fleetwood Mac, tracks like "Oh Well," "Green Manalishi," which Judas Priest covered, "Man of the World," beautiful blues.
So it's kind of a Genesis situation.
They completely changed as a band.
Right, because
In-
Selling England by the Pound is a good album by Genesis, but by the time Peter Gabriel leaves and you have Phil Collins singing
you had a lot of
ballads,
that
it's
kind
not
of
the
stuff.
same.
Yeah.
I would.
Well, and Genesis actually had like 3 eras actually, because you had the original Genesis, and then
I'm a
that
big
was more
fan.
of the prog rock shit. But
I'm a big fan of mid-period Genesis. Selling England by the Pound is great.
so you're
but I
Peter
do love-
Gabriel Genesis.
I do love the first 3 or 4 Phil Collins albums. Trick of the Tail, Wind and Wuthering, and then there were 3 and Duke are fantastic albums. After that, they became a pop band.
Well, they
So
were
the
more Phil
mid-period
Collins than
Genesis
Genesis'
is still good.
backup. Yeah.
Mid-period Genesis is still good.
Okay, I'll accept. I understand what you're saying.
Well, and that's where I understand Fleetwood Mac is like, yeah, if you don't like Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks, then you're probably not going to like that era of Fleetwood Mac.
kind of annoy me, and I don't know why.
Because they kind of became Fleetwood Mac at that point.
Sanders mentioning Albatross, a great track. Oh Well. Oh Well's a brilliant track. These were all the Peter Green era tracks. I do like Tusk, though. Tusk was a good album.
Tusk almost feels like a throwback to their older
It
stuff.
was
in a weird way.
experimental. It had all
Yeah.
sorts of stuff in it. Actually had some really nice, quirky stuff. Not like Rumors. It was much less pop than Rumors. I just wanted to mention this one hand clapping by Paul McCartney thing.
Yeah.
If you want to share my screen,
I'll share your screen.
I'm not going to play it because we'll get copyright stuff. This is from Paul McCartney's YouTube channel, a track called Soily from those sessions. Go check it out. If you think Paul's just a ballad guy that sings songs about frogs, this track rocks hard.
I hope we didn't get copyright claimed.
I'm not playing it.
No, I'm joking. I said, I hope Paul didn't get copyright claimed.
Yeah,
Which one is this? What's it called?
The track is called Soily, and it was never released.
Never released. Yep.
Yeah, it was on. It was on Wings Over America. They used to play it live.
Music is copyright claiming my song.
It's not that Paul McCartney isn't capable of rocking. It's just that when he didn't have the other Beatles next to him, he just usually leaned more into those kind of schmaltzy songs,
did.
which he sold a lot of copies of. But
Here's the
they just
thing.
weren't as good.
I disagree with that a little bit, though.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people do that. They're like, "Oh, John Lennon, he was the true artiste, and Paul was just the pop guy." It's like,
No,
honestly,
I didn't say that.
No, I know, but that's the way they usually lean. And I'm like, well, at the same time, I'll go, yeah, here's the difference, though. Paul was also the more established musician. John, on the other hand, is kind of sloppy, especially once you start listening to his latter shit.
Well,
and he'll be the first to admit it, that he would just throw shit out there, and Paul would usually be the one to come in and polish shit.
John got
Paul
bored.
McCartney was the best musician in that band, and he functioned as sort of a producer,
Yes.
semi-producer, along
Especially
with George Martin.
after.
All I wanted to say was this is a great track. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're.
I
now you
wasn't
started
trying
the
to
Beatles
argue
debate.
the merits of Paul or not. Although Paul's got like 50 great rockers in his post-Beatles career.
I don't
This
think
track-
album called again?
I don't think anybody can dismiss Paul McCartney. He's
One hand
obviously
clapping.
iconic and a legend and all that. I'm just saying that his best work was with the Beatles, because as much as he's a genius, I feel like the other guys, even if they weren't as talented musically, they brought some kind of cool factor to the table. And he knew when he was going too schmaltz or too annoying, he just looked at their faces and he knew that he was in the wrong direction. And sometimes you need that.
Fair, but I would also argue that Band on the Run is the best Beatles album he ever wrote.
Live and Let Die. Live and Let Die.
If,
Oh my God,
if
what a great
anyone
song that
doubts Paul's credentials as a rocker, listen to the album Run, Devil, Run
Yeah.
by Paul McCartney.
That's a good one.
That's the end of my argument for Paul. It is with Dave Gilmour on lead guitar. It's
I've heard that one before. I like
rocking
David
album.
Gilmour. It's not a bad album. I have nothing bad to say. I like
And don't
David
get me
Gilmour.
started on Floyd, for fuck's sake. We'll be here all night.
But I admit Paul does a lot of shit. But in amongst the shit, if you look for it, there's nuggets of gold.
I've actually come to respect Paul a hell of a lot more over the years. And I mean, I still love John, don't get me wrong, but there's some things that have, especially listening to some of his music over the years, it's kind of like, yeah,
John
some-
brings the cool factor, though. Those other guys were cool. Paul.
I would actually argue that George is a better songwriter than
The
John.
sum of the parts was better than the
Absolutely.
Yes,
That's where I
yes,
agree with you,
absolutely.
Brian. Because like without Paul, John is not as good. But I don't know if you can
same
make
with the
same
others.
argument.
Look
See, and that's where I disagreed so much, and that's why I argued with Band on the Run, because I think Band on the Run would have been a perfect Beatles album, and that just goes to show you that Paul could have come in and wrote an entire album for them.
Not
and the rest of the
badass
guys
enough.
just come in.
Band on the Run
I
is
don't-
not badass
I don't know.
enough.
Have you heard that whole album though?
Yes,
From beginning to
it's
end.
not badass
Okay. I don't know.
I love
The thing is-
the alternative versions of it. There's some
Well, the
great
thing that-
versions of the songs done, and like he did a whole version of Ram that was done by a brass band, and it's just fucking awesome.
By the way, I'm so curious what you think of Floyd. You said not to even get started.
Oh,
but
I just love Pink Floyd, but I've got some controversial takes on Floyd because I'm not a big fan of Animals.
I don't like Animals at all.
And I'm
Animals
not
is
the biggest
boring.
a fan
What,
of
do
the
you like
early.
Sid Barrett? I love Sid Barrett.
Oh,
See,
no.
I like what Sid stood for, and the sad part is I like his more single type songs, right? Like his lesser.
Yeah,
I would argue
You
he was a
like
great
Arnold Lane
songwriter.
and See Emily
Arnold
Play?
Lane and all that shit. Exactly. Like
No, you have to
I
listen
know,
to
I
Breaking Out the
know,
Gates
and
of
I don't
Dawn. What are you
mind some of their
talking about?
more. I don't mind some of their more experimental stuff, but to me, Pink Floyd is Dark Side of the Moon, Wish
Good
You Were
album.
Here in the Wall. Right, that to me is true Pink Floyd. In a way.
Well, you know what? Dark Side of the Moon and Wish You Were Here, I'll give you that. But I'll tell you, then this may
you're
be an
gonna argue The
unpopular opinion. The Wall, in my opinion, it's not enough of a group effort. It's highly overrated considering if you compare it to their other albums, and it just commercially did well. So everybody always kisses its
I
ass.
don't know
It
about
hasn't
that.
held up
Price is Right. It's the
musically. It
tracks.
doesn't hold up like Dark Side of the Moon and Wish You Were Here.
I don't know.
No,
about that.
they made the
My
post Sid
third.
Barrett pre Dark Side of the Moon is the best Floyd. Obscured by Clouds, Metal.
Those
the
are
stuff
great. Great
those are
albums.
the great albums. The early and up to Dark Side of the Moon. are
See,
the
and
best.
I told you guys I'm
Metal
gonna
is
have the
excellent. Metal's
unpopular
one of my
opinion here.
favorites.
Yeah.
See, because that's where The Wall is like my favorite of the Floyd albums, even though I know it's more of a
It is a great album, but it's
it's more of a Roger album, but
a little
We're
bit from the
actually talking about
being
some real
overplayed.
shit now. This is good.
Yeah, right.
With all of Roger Waters' big ego, what saves The Wall is David Gilmour with Comfortably Numb, and with the fact that how he kind of arranged another brick in the wall, because without it, it wouldn't have sounded the way it sounded. Gilmour really brought the style of
Oh,
the
yes.
music to it.
I'm a Gilmore fan.
see,
not
and
a
here's
Waters.
where I love Gilmour's guitar work, but I also think he thinks. See, I think Roger Waters was the visionary, and I don't think enough people give him enough credit for that.
Okay.
Especially with the ideas of what Pink Floyd became after Sid Barrett. Because sure, Gilmour had his play in it, but the fact that there's only really 3 songs post those albums that are actually songs that I would say sound like Pink Floyd songs, that's my argument, because everything else sounds like a David Gilmour song. You have
High Hopes,
on the
High
Turning
Hopes,
Away, on the
Turning Away, and the one Fly,
Learning to Fly.
Learning to Fly. And even that leans more into Gilmour, but I would say that actually sounds more closer to those are the only 3 songs, in my opinion, post Roger leaving the group that actually sound and feel like Pink Floyd.
they're not as good as
Otherwise, it sounds like a tribute band trying to sound like Pink Floyd or Gilmour song.
If you want tribute band, go see Roger Waters perform and bring all these kind of.
I'm not going to
imposters.
disagree with you there. He's not the same without the rest of the band. I'm not going to disagree with you because
David Gilmour, I saw him
his
perform
Hitchhiking
live.
album, whatever, sucked.
Well, that's when you get back to like all the people together matching. Like the Beatles was thinking about the other day with you got McCartney, Lennon, Harrison, and Ringo Starr's drumming is underappreciated too. And look at Pink Floyd. I mean, tragically losing Barrett, but you get those people all together, and it becomes like you said, it's a cliche, but the sum is greater than the parts.
I've
But
seen
I got some Ringo for you. Hang on.
Okay.
Before you get into Ringo, I will say this about Sid. Oh, you got blisters on. Oh, sorry. I thought you had something different than that.
I got some Ringo.
But the thing with Sid is he's still an integral part for me, because if you don't have his breakdown, you don't get Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here, etc. Right? Like that's the thing for me.
I
that,
agree.
like
A bike, you can
he's
ride
still a
it
part
if
of the
you like.
band even when he's not there. Yeah.
I agree.
I got a bike. You can ride it if you like.
I
it.
want to say
And
something.
The
that
Wall has a lot of him in it too, even though that's more Rogers, but still.
I do love Sid.
When I saw David Gilmour perform live, maybe it was 10 years ago or something like that, he could perform everything that Pink
He's
Floyd
a
did.
performer.
It sounds like you're listening to a Pink Floyd CD. He did some classic tracks, such good performances. So, as opposed to that, if you watch Roger Waters, it sounds like a cheap karaoke version. So
I'm not going to disagree with you there. Like,
Well, that's interesting. That's
Gilmour is
interesting.
definitely the better musician as far as a performer and all that business, but that's why he got the job in the first fucking place. because he was basically that. Like,
he plays guitar so well. You can't just say like, oh, whatever. The guitar sound. Of
no.
Pink Floyd is so
I get you.
important.
I'm not
It's so
disagreeing
important.
with you.
Now, I'm going to give you something. Roger Waters was a visionary, and it was important. And again, it's a band that when they worked together, they performed at their best. But really, at the end, if when push comes to shove, if I have to choose between having like Waters there or the other three people, I'll take the other three, because Roger Waters alone, he's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, because he may have a lot of interesting ideas, but without those three around him to translate it into some cool musical production, it just falls flat.
I have to agree with Price. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and there's definitely something to that. But the thing with me with The Wall, and this is why I stand by The Wall so much, to me, is I don't think anybody else has been able to capture the idea of a concept album better than that. To me, it beginning to end, it flows, and this is where I argue, like, you can't split those songs up. I get into like this OCD thing when I hear like,
oh, when it's cut, you don't hear the next song on the album.
yeah, to me, it's a beginning to end album. You can't
yeah.
listen to anything like you can't jump
waiting
past
for
anything.
the next song. Yeah,
it all blends and goes together so well that to
Well,
me,
like,
there's
you blend.
All right. I know we have a civil war going on. I think I'm gonna have to side with
No,
Tom.
we're all agreeing.
I'm gonna have to
except
side with
different
Tom
ways.
on this, because The Wall benefits from the fact that it's a proper album rather than a collection of songs. The Wall does have that benefit of saying these songs benefit best when you hear them together as one.
It
Dark
feels
Side
like
of
to
the
me
Moon
what
is a better album.
that may be the musically and like
concept,
them,
everything.
Here's the thing.
Wall
I
is
feel
a
like
pompous fart. Come on.
oh, see, you're going to that. See, and that's fair. I'm not going to argue too much on that. My point with The Wall is that compared to Dark Side of the Moon, and even more so than Wish You Were Here, because here's the problem with Wish You Were Here. Wish You Were Here is one song with two songs crammed in between it. That's not even an album. It's like it's weird. It's beautiful. Yeah, but it's
a
not
great
really
album,
an
though,
album. But now Dark Side of the Moon feels like a concept that wasn't quite cohesive, but it just works because of how experimental and weird it is, and especially just because of how crazy it is. There's no real through line in what it's about. Like, tell me what.
I disagree.
Okay, here's my question. Okay, tell me what The Wall is about. I guarantee you can tell me what The Wall is about real easily, but then tell me what the Dark Side of the Moon is actually about. And I think you're going to struggle on trying to find this through line. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to try to find the best way to explain it. Now, I'm not saying that I myself was under any kind of influence at any point, and I listened in that state to The Wall and Dark Side of the Moon. But if I were, I would tell you that Dark Side of the Moon really comes together well in that situation, whereas The Wall sounds a little more of a fart.
I think it's just more like you don't like The Wall, and that's fine.
No, I don't hate it. There's some good songs there, but I feel like Roger Waters, you could feel that the ego is like starting to inflate there. Ultimately, that was the undoing of the band. It's basically, you can see in the final cut where that was the next stage after The Wall.
I would agree with you, but that's the whole point of The Wall. Unfortunately, that's the problem I have with that. Like, that whole concept of that album, I know on its surface level, people are like, oh, it's about his daddy issues with. No, it's about a musician who thinks he's above those that he's singing to the point where he ends up becoming like this Hitler figure.
Isolation as well.
And it's about being isolated.
A prophecy that
and
fulfilled
that's where I have a hard time. I get where you're coming from, Price, and it's there, but I'm arguing that it's there because it's there on purpose. Right. And I get you. After that, Roger Waters became those things. Because in fact,
there are good songs there. It's not that I'm not saying that, there's definitely, it's not a crappy album. It's not that it's bad. I don't hate it, but I'm just like, even when I compare it to Metal and Obscured like by Clouds and anything else, for me, The Wall is really that was because they wanted to make the studio happy, the record companies, and do something commercially successful. But for me, it's just not top tier compared to the other stuff.
It can't. I mean, that cultural influence of that album was just phenomenal. I mean, there's two
Yeah,
different.
yeah,
bunch of
it's-
Had
different
the
levels
movie
of it.
in with it too,
I mean,
and that's the other
I
thing.
mean,
Yeah.
and then schools were banning that song. They didn't even know what the song was about. And
It was good for the masses. You're right, and they needed
Yeah.
that exposure. They needed the money. I'm not blaming them. Dark Side of the Moon eats it for breakfast, in my opinion, and maybe
Well, like
metal too.
I remember I was in college. I'm like, let's listen to Ummagumma. And people that knew Floyd just do like The Wall and Dark Side. I'm like, let's listen to Ummagumma. Like, I want to hear Careful with That.
Ummagumma is problematic. That's not a
But
good
Careful-
album, Ummagumma.
Well, I love it, but Careful
I
That
love
Axe
it.
Eugene
I
is
love
one
it.
of the songs that scared me to death the most. I was working on my old 67 Mustang in my grandmother's basement at like 1 a.m, and that song comes on the radio, and it's pitch black dark outside, and it's like, Careful with That Axe Eugene comes on, that distorted line. I'm like, I'm closing the garage door now and going home. It's like, or going upstairs. It's like, oh my
Maybe
God.
that's in isolation a good song, but Ummagumma is a lot of noodling and just random
Yeah.
crap that doesn't really
Well, I
come
won't-
together.
Well, I won't mention what we were doing when I got my friends to listen to the album, but there's certain things that flow. But
Seeing,
I
I
mean-
can see. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I was just gonna say it's people sometimes just know not that you want to be a gatekeeper, but they don't just know the popular stuff. I'm like, guys, you got to listen to the early Floyd too. If you're just if you think just open your mind up and listen. And yeah, you like it, don't like it, but at least give it a shot or listen to the whole damn album. Because now today these kids, you just hear all the the pop songs or you hear greatest hits, and no one listens. Most people don't listen to albums anymore, and you'll potentially miss a lot of songs that you could like. Even maybe the whole album's not great, but when I hear a song, a lot of times I'm like, I want to hear that next song on the album, on the radio, but you don't hear it. So I think you miss out a lot. And there's a lot of songs that I like. For example, it's kind of our wedding song is You're My Home by Billy Joel. Obscure song, but it's a beautiful song. But unless you listen to the whole album, you've never heard that on the radio.
Yep.
So you'd miss it. So there's a lot of stuff, any album, and you just miss too much by not appreciating the whole concept. I'm a big Jethro Tull fan, so of course they're known for their concept albums too.
You just
And
love cod pieces.
Jethro Tull are
I love
good, but it's
copies.
too much with that flute.
Oh, I love the flute.
That's
Oh
what
my
it's
God.
all about, Price. I love you, but sometimes you come up with some of the weirdest shit.
I mean, it's too much flute. I can't have so much flute.
It's
Have you never been to band camp? Come on.
You know what they do with that flute?
The flute is the gimmick, dude. I mean, like,
I don't
And the
need it all the
God-
time. I know he knows how to play the flute. I appreciate that. I don't
it's like
need it
Weird
every
Al
second.
without a fucking accordion, man. Like,
Yeah. Where do you want him to stick the flute?
I'm not going to answer that.
oh,
But yeah, so I know, Tull is very obscure, but but the
actually,
concept of it's fun.
Aqualung doesn't really have any flute in it, does it?
A little bit, not a lot.
No.
Yeah, there's a couple
No,
of
it's
songs.
Or no,
much more
Locomotive Breath is the one I was thinking
That
of.
one's more hard rock.
But
Yeah,
Locomotive
it's more
Breath, I
hard
don't think
rock,
has
yeah.
any flute in it, does it?
The first Jethro Tull album is a hard rock blues album.
Yep.
Absolutely, the first one.
Stand Up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
Stand Up's
remember
great
any
old
flute in
blues album.
Locomotive Breath. I'm trying to remember.
There's a little bit, but it's
Is there in like a break somewhere or something?
yeah, the
Because otherwise
breaks
it's
and
like
stuff, yeah.
So it's like I don't remember any. Yeah,
He
so I don't
throws it in. He throws it in there, but not all the
That's his
time. The
gimmick,
shame is-
though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It'd be
The
like
shame
the
is his
blue.
voice is shot now, but yeah.
It'd be like Blues Traveler without any harmonica, man. I mean, like,
yeah. Yeah, Ian Anderson. No, sorry, I lost the flute. We're not gonna play tonight. But one of the
We're
best
done.
concerts I saw with Tull was they had a violinist, Anne Marie Calhoun, and they'd like with a orchestra of like a kids or college orchestra touring with them, but it was like a bluesgrass mix up with Tull. And oh man, it was
Interesting.
phenomenal. It was like really, it was another take on another different take on their music, which was fun too. So, I love.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like I love bluegrass to listen to. One, so my brother-in-law worked for Railroad Earth, so then I got into bluegrass and different types of music. Maybe I wouldn't have been exposed to, or like I always made fun of Frank Sinatra as a kid. to my dad. I'm like, and he's like, someday you'll appreciate it. And
You'll
he was
understand.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
No, and I know Nick wants to wrap this up, but like the most interesting, I haven't been to many concerts.
We're not leaving till you get to 4,000.
The most interesting, yeah, you guys out there got to make that happen. No, we're not stopping this stream until it gets done. The most interesting concert I was ever went to, because at first I was like totally not sure how this was going to go. I went to see John Mellencamp in '99. I think it was '99.
Did he Little Pink Houses?
What was that?
Did he play Pink Houses?
Oh, of course, because it was his greatest hits tour. But here's the funky part. It was only a 4-piece band, including him.
Oh,
wow.
And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I noticed there is no drummer. I'm like, how the fuck can you do half of his songs without a drummer? There's this bongo guy comes out. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then there's some other lead guitarist guy. I'm like, okay, there's lead guitar. And then this chick comes out with a violin or fiddle. I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? And she plugs it in. I'm like, all right, so that's gonna be something.
Yep.
And then he finally comes out with just a regular standard, electric acoustic. And it is really stripped down, but before you know it, you don't even realize that you're missing all this other stuff. And it's the songs you know and love, but he did a whole different take on it. And he did an album in that vein at the same time, where he did a bunch of his later hits in that way, where it's all stripped down. And most people haven't heard it. It's a really hard album to find.
There's some stuff on YouTube.
It was very interesting
from that tour, though. I've seen some
yeah,
on YouTube stuff.
Yeah, it's really neat, especially the chick with the fucking fiddle, because she gets going. Because songs like Cherry Bomb, I'm sitting here going, okay, well, how they filled in the accordion is they had her doing the and stuff like that. So it sounded different, but it was still the same song. The only part that pissed me off is when he pulled some drunk ass motherfucker up on stage to sing "Hurts So Good." It's like, motherfucker, that's like my favorite song. It's what I come here to sing. Hear you sing. And you had some drunk ass bitch from Wisconsin come up there and singing a song. He's like, "Hurts so good."
Don't talk about your mother like that, though.
Hurts so good.
His last good song was Jack and Diane.
Oh, yeah. Hurts So Good is better.
I like Small Town.
Wait, Hurts So Good came out after Jack and Diane?
They're on the same album. His better stuff is
okay.
actually after that. Really,
Small Town,
Scarecrow, fucking Human Wheels, Dance Naked.
For me, that album there with Hurts So Good and Jack and Diane, that's the John Cougar era, which I'm more okay with.
You got to understand where I come from, though. Like John Cougar Mellencamp is a god around here.
I see.
He saves so many of these farms around here, dude. Like, you don't say nothing bad about Johnny around here.
I mean, I didn't personally attack him. I just said that I like.
No. I'm just saying, like, if you're in a Wisconsin bar, that's not a good thing to do.
All right, I'll remember never to say anything.
Important safety tip.
Now I remember. If I ever visit you in Wisconsin, I love John Cougar Mellencamp.
Oh, all through the farm belt.
Sorry, are you
He's
saying there are
deal.
people actually live in Wisconsin? There's actually
Unfortunately.
people live there? Okay. Well, strange.
I'm not sure if there's women here yet. They look a lot like the men. It's kind of like, like Gimli says in Lord
There's
of the Rings.
sheep, though, isn't there?
There might be some sheep farms on the Amish farms, especially.
We're good.
How did he save the farms, by the way?
He did this farm aid thing for
Farm
years,
Aid.
and he still does it. And it's a concert he puts together every year, and all the proceeds or whatever go to local farms and stuff in the Farm Belt.
All right. Well, you know what? That's a good. At least he's done.
Well,
something
I
good.
mean, a lot of us, I think, owe him an apology, because I guess the truth came out about like that speech that everybody was saying he was talking about Biden. He wasn't talking about Biden. I guess he was talking about something completely different. And some asshole like kept bugging him in the middle of the speech that he was talking about. He was actually talking about his grandmother, I guess. And that's what pissed him off. And because they were like screaming at him to do like all these other songs. And he's like, so that's why he started doing one of his, bigger hits. And then he just got pissed and left off stage. But I guess it had nothing to do with Biden. Although I'm not going to sit here and say he's not a fan one way or the other.
He
Trump
probably
or not,
votes for him. Yeah, but what can we
but that being said, he normally was a more conservative guy. I will say that.
He's he was supposedly a libertarian. I mean, he protested against the Patriot Act, stuff like that, and he wasn't that wasn't along party lines.
Yeah,
However,
I mean, he's always been very political, though. So that's the thing. So I'm kind of used to him being political.
Yep.
But he's actually put his mouth where his money is. That's the difference compared to some guys. He actually got out there and did shit. And if you listen to the song Scarecrow, that's kind of one of the things that it's about is his grandpa losing his farm and stuff like that and all that business. It's, because shit was really happening in that era, especially. But nowadays, all the farms have moved out to California and all that crap. But anyway, congratulations, Nick.
Yes, Nick. Well played, mate.
Thank you,
Good job.
Tom. By the way, this was fucking awesome this last hour. We need to do a follow-up on this. This is fucking...
This was just complete shooting the breeze, like dudes shooting the breeze. It has no real subject matter.
Yes.
We went from pizza, movies, music.
We covered like 19 different bands.
We had the YouTube definition of a very successful reach around. And I'm proud of us. So thank you guys for being here. I'll have a video out either tomorrow morning, if not the next morning. And of course, Klobby's Comic Shop episode 1, which is a retell from Comic Shop Talk. Friday night, of course, I'll be on Midnight's Edge After Dark Thursday. And once again, thank you to everyone who gave a super chat. Thank you to everyone who also gave a direct donation and those who just dropped in and hung out with us just to be here for the show, which I love that too. So thank you as well. I'll let these gentlemen do a very quick plugging of the plugs on the way out. We'll start off with, you all know Tom Connors. Unless he also, by the way, posted a new video on Midnight's Edge. Go watch that. So
And we got another one coming eventually too. I think it's going to be more tomorrow morning.
Then it's about the Acolyte.
This one is about the Acolyte. Tomorrow morning is about Furiosa.
Until then, Mark, plug your sweet.
I shall plug very quickly. I'm traveling this weekend to go for Clobberin Times Memorial Service, so the information has been tweeted out. A few of us are going to be there. It's all been in person, but the event, we are going to live stream it on Clobberin Times channel, so we're trying to figure out the logistics of that. I know 70s is going to help with that, and some other people
certainly
as well.
hope so, mate. I hope it can help. Yep.
So we're just trying to figure out all the items at the venue, and I'm going to try to bring a microphone, and hopefully that'll come through. So that would be Sunday. I think it'll be 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. will be when people are supposed to be talking, but just look on the Twitters and the YouTubes to see when that'll be streaming on Clobberin Times channel. Farewell to our buddy. So it's going to be a very sad day, obviously, but it's going to be good to meet up with a bunch of the people from our that we've met together and become very good friends on YouTube. So and hopefully we'll do. It's just such a sad event, but we will do maybe a couple of quick videos, maybe a couple of videos of our meet. As we meet up or see people, but maybe we'll save those for after the ceremony. But that'll be happening this Sunday. 6 p.m. or I guess that would be 5 p.m. Eastern, whatever, 6 p.m. Central Time. But just look on the clock, go to Clobberin Times channel, or just follow, make sure you keep your eye out on Sunday if that's something you want to watch. And we're gonna also try to have people come in on the StreamYard, and Brian said he's gonna help with that, thankfully. And Tom, we might hit you up, and Loki to maybe come in and actually talk and have the on Sunday.
Oh, on the actual for the ceremony, yeah. I'll do.
If you
just let me know when it is going to be and everything.
Yeah. So if you want, and then anyone that obviously stream at Clobberin Times can try to pop in, and we're going to try to set it up so then the people in the event hall can actually hear anyone that's on StreamYard. So fingers crossed that all logistically and technically works, but we're going to try to set that up as well, because it's a heartwarming for the family to see how many people cared about our buddy Mike Clobberin Times. And I say you've almost got two lives here where people don't realize how many friends and family how many people he touched and how many people loved him, and the family was overwhelmingly, I guess, not shocked, but just made them feel a lot better, because Mike made friends wherever he went. He was such a loving guy, and I think it really helped them to see how much support they had from all of you guys in the chat and YouTube, and all of us streamers out there, and it was really nice to talk to the family and have them pass that on. So they did that. They've requested that it be streamed, so we can all celebrate his life together. It's hard to believe, as I'm saying that, but we're gonna send him out with a big tribute, and it's he's such a great guy. It's a shame, and we'll all miss him. So, but yep. Sunday afternoon, and thanks everyone for all the support and help and words. Yeah, it's been really helped me out, and everyone at Raquel and everyone else. We're all bummed out, but it's been really nice to see all that support for Mike. So thank you, everyone.
All right, some Price.
Yeah.
Yeah, any new videos coming out?
For a while, I just had a lot of stuff going on, and I just stuck a bit more to the streams. I want to try to start making videos again soon, like video reviews. But in the meantime, my live stream channel actually has a ton of hours on it. I can be monetized, even fully monetized, but somehow people don't know that I have two channels, and the people that are subscribed to my main one actually don't subscribe to the live stream one. I know that sounds weird, but it's like I wish more people would subscribe to it because I'm already ready to be monetized.
You'll get there, dude. You're gonna come. It's gonna be diabolical. Gonna be huge.
But if anybody gets a chance, Price of Reason Live, that's my live stream channel. If you feel like giving me a subscribe there, be really cool.
That's the sweet spot, chat. You heard him there first.
Go check it out.
I'll make sure I put in the channel plugs in the description as well for all our fellow dudes. Yeah, our final revenge plot and freaking. Why did I mistake this shit for Kick-Ass? I'm tired as fuck.
No shit, man.
I got late early.
You're subscribed to my channel. I will do one small plug and two. One, Tom Connor.
I'll plug something if you like.
I will let you. Tom, Midnight's Edge post a new channel. Watch that shit after this. 70s, plug in your plug.
Well, Mark's obviously mentioned Sunday, which I'm hoping to be able to help out with from a coordination perspective, not being at the ceremony. Saturday night, Bourbon and Boarding, Brahma and I, hopefully be the end of the frickin' season because it's been a long season. So somebody hurry up and win that fucking Stanley Cup so I can get a break.
Tom, do you have anything else? Sorry.
Monday, I'm not done yet. Monday on my channel, we're going to be talking about that fantastic movie, Rock and Roll High School, starring the Ramones, Gabba Gabba Hey. We're going to talk Ramones, talk Rock and Roll High School, and I may do maybe other shit between now and then. So yeah, check my channel out if you get the chance.
That's a classic movie, man.
Indeed, Rock and Roll. Well, we talked about Death Race 2000, and there's 3 people in that movie that are in Rock and Roll High School. So I thought, what the hell? Let's just move on to Rock and Roll High School. So
gravy.
So
all right,
do it.
All right, and I think we got everyone here, guys. Midnight's Edge. Check out the new video. Also, this is my video for the Black Sabbath Anno Domini unboxing.
No Domini.
Tonight, I was fearful I got shafted for getting the CD collection, and well, I didn't get penalized one bit, and it's absolutely worth the view to let you know about all the little goodies that come from inside within. And Best Rave, I love you, man. I'm glad you got toxic with the bros at the bar. Cheers to you. But guys, we're going night
2000.
Thank you, 70s. Appreciate it, man. I'm gonna go face plant on a bed. So once again, watch my Sabbath video, and then go head over to Midnight's Edge and watch our newest video. And until then, goodbye, good fight,